call the May State Board.
Hold on.
What?
Let's get the live stream going.
Okie dokie.
One thing at a time. All right, Corey. All right, we are live, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to call the May State Board meeting to order. Thank you all for joining us virtually today. Ms. Maramba, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham.
Here.
Board Member Skarziga.
Here.
Board Member Esser.
Here.
Board Member McClellan.
Here.
Board Member Rankin.
Here.
Board Member Shuffle.
Here.
Board Member Shorter.
Here.
You're all here.
Is there a motion, please, to approve the agenda?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the agenda as published.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Colleagues, is there any discussion about the items on the agenda this morning?
I do actually, Madam Chair, I do have a question. I only have today's agenda up. At some point today or tomorrow, do we have on the agenda discussion about our upcoming work session around the ESSER funds? And if not, could we just?
I'm guessing the commissioner will mention that to us, but I don't think we'll get into a discussion about it unless there's something in particular you would like to add.
All right, I just have a couple questions, so I can just ask her then. That'll work. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else, colleagues? All right. Ms. Maramba, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Skarziga.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Shorter.
Yes.
That passes.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is approval of the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Please.
Madam Chair, I move to approve items 4.01 through 4.10 on the consent agenda as published in board docs.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. So let me go down the line to see if there are any items about which you either have a question currently or which you would like to pull for us to discuss later on. Board Member McClellan.
None for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Esser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull item 4.06 from the consent agenda.
Okay. That's an item that we will discuss. It's a employee item, so we'll discuss that in executive session and take a vote later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Durham.
No, thank you.
Board Member Shuffle.
No, thank you.
Board Member Rankin.
Nope.
Board Member Skarziga.
No, thank you.
Okay, great. So I think the motion that's now before us is to approve the consent agenda with the removal of item 4.06. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Awesome. In there was a second, right? Thank you. Ms. Miranda, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Skarziga.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Shorter.
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you. We will attempt to discuss 4.0 today, 4.06, excuse me, today in exec session. I don't know that I can guarantee that. Depends on time and whether the staffing is available. Commissioner, if you'll make sure that we get the right staff member to help us with that, that would be great, please. Next item on the agenda is a report from the Director of the State Board Relations. Ms. Maramba, what do you have for us today, please?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining us. Just another reminder to our public members joining us that everything can be found on board docs for this meeting. 2 events that are coming your way in July. First is the CASE convention will be held in Breckenridge, Colorado from July 28th through the 30th. It will be an in-person event. Registration and hotel reservations can be made now, so if you need help with those, please let Carol or myself know. And then there is the National Forum for Education Policy, which is organized by the Education Commission of the States, which will be held July 7th through the 9th. And that concludes my report.
Any questions for Ms. Maramba, colleagues? Is the ECS conference live or virtual?
It wasn't specified on their website yet, so I think
believe
they're
it's
still
virtual.
Okay, that would be helpful. That's great. Next item on the agenda is our report update from Commissioner Anthus. I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Anthus. Dr. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Nice to see you. It's nice that we have a little spring weather today after the snow yesterday. Fun to live in Colorado always. My updates for you today, I'm just going to give you our normal rundown of how the opening of schools is going. This time, I think this is our first month that we were not able, there are no districts that are still offering only remote. So all of our school districts, both at the elementary and secondary level, are offering in-person learning. Some of those might still be a little bit of a hybrid model, but there are all of our districts are offering an in-person option. So that's great news. Most of our districts are still offering a remote option for families that choose that. And for some of our urban districts, we are still seeing large percentages of families choosing those remote options, anywhere from sort of 20% to 50% of students in some of those districts. But largely in our rural districts, you know, they have been in person the whole time and continue to do so. While all of the districts, you know, none of our districts have returned to a full remote option. We are seeing more disruptions just in terms of outbreaks. CDPHE is currently reporting the highest number of outbreaks within school. So we think, you know, as students are coming back and we're getting more in person, there's just more opportunity for you know, that virus transmission. We're hoping that will start to be solved as the vaccines are approved for younger students. But right now the outbreaks are still in that, like the majority of them are still in that middle to high school range. And so a lot of districts are having to move into, you know, cohorting and quarantining and those sorts of things. So there are still a fair number of disruptions that are occurring. Given all this, you know, we are now tracking, you know, the vaccine approval process for younger students so that then we can start working with CDPHE and districts to figure out their vaccination plans for students and how they will be doing that. That's still early on. I think the vaccine approval is this week for ages 12 and up. So that will help us on the middle and high school situation for sure. We are also working with CDPHE on a testing protocol and optional program next year. Again, these would be sort of supported testing programs to track the virus into fall if we still need it at that case. So that's some new work that we are doing there. That's pretty much my update on the COVID situation. I will just give you a couple other updates that have been going on this last month. We have continued to meet with the Education Leadership Council. Your representative on that is Chairwoman Schroeder. And so that group has been meeting. We decided that after I co-chair that with Senator Rankin, and we thought it was important that as we were learning from the COVID situation, we continued to look at those vision documents and see, what types of innovations and things we're learning for those recommendations. Those recommendations, they're ongoing. It's an ongoing process, but it's a governor-appointed council. And we also know that many legislators sit on that council. And so they are looking to that group to, continue the learning and make sure that we're tracking what's happening with COVID and the innovations that are coming from that. So the ELC will have another report, probably June or July, to share out. And it's really about promising practices that have come from the COVID situation. So, learning more about personalized learning for students, engaging families more, thinking about high school students that may be able to take some of their courses online, but then get work-based learning and apprenticeship work. So that group has been good. It's been good to have some forward thinking. What are we learning about this from policy? And we will certainly share that as we get something in writing. I did just want to share that we have continued to, support your priority on the READ Act, and we wrote and submitted a letter to all of our educator preparation programs and all of our alternative preparation programs, from myself, from Angie Piccioni, who's the Executive Director of Higher Education, from the Governor, and from Chairwoman Schroeder, expressing the importance of teaching scientifically based reading to all of our teacher candidates. And so we created a letter that says that we're all aligned in that goal, and we really encourage and support those types of techniques. So that was a good thing, just to keep that priority at the forefront of everybody's desk. We are, as I think Board Member Escarzaga mentioned, we are going to be having the work session on ESSER and how we would like to distribute the set-aside ESSER. 90% of it is formula-based, but the 10% that we have discretion over, we will be having a work session on May 25th with you all. We are preparing those materials now for you. So what we'll be doing is we'll be going through, just a detailed account of the money we have, the categories that those monies must be spent in. We will also be talking to you a little bit about process, that we want to have an engagement process where different stakeholders have the opportunity to contribute their ideas. And we will be talking to you about what that process is, getting your feedback on what other groups we should go to, and how we should collect that information. The goal would be to collect all that information from the constituents and present a report to you all before you make your final decisions. And so we'll be talking about that. And then the last part of that work session, we also will get your initial ideas. What do you think would be the most impactful way to spend these dollars within the categories that are outlined? So it would just be ideas. There wouldn't be a vote or anything like that. It would just be exactly as it says, a work session, time to bounce your ideas off your colleagues and those sorts of things, and get us thinking about what you're thinking about so that we're aware of that. And then we will schedule, we'll have the board regular meeting in June that we can follow up on that. And then we will schedule another work session for mid to late June, where we can finalize any discussions. And then we'll determine what the best time is to take a vote. I don't think we're supposed to take votes in work sessions, so we may have to wait to take a vote until your next regularly scheduled board meeting, which might be in August. But we do think that that timing is okay. We have, we were supposed to submit a plan to the federal government by June, I believe it was June 6th. We have asked for an extension of that. Many states have asked for an extension so that they can do a meaningful stakeholder process before we submit a plan. So we have not heard back on that yet, but because we want to get your deep engagement in that and we want to understand what our communities feel, we have asked for that extension for the original plan, which would put us into sort of August, and so we could get your vote in the August board meeting. So that is my update on the ESSER process, and I'm happy to take any questions because that does conclude my report for today.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me go down the line. Board Member Sheffield, do you have questions, comments?
No, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Board Member McClellan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll hold my questions or thoughts until our work session, and thank you for the.
Okay. Board Member Esser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Antis, is there any way we can get a list of the categories
Yes.
before our session?
Absolutely, and you might actually look at your board packet from last month on the ESSER PowerPoint. We did put the categories in there, but we will have a PowerPoint that we will be getting to you before the work session. It will talk a little bit more. Well, we can't talk that much more specifically about the board categories because we don't know more specifics. But yes, it's essentially after school, summer school, and then interventions.
Okay.
So interventions is like a really big category, obviously. And the intervention category has the highest amount of dollars to spend.
That's helpful.
So.
Thank you, Commissioner Antis. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Rankin.
No, thank you.
Board Member Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What's the current location of that meeting planned to be? Is it here in the office, Katie?
I believe so. I believe we're going to do it in person in the board meeting room, but we will do sort of a more work session style with a hollow square.
Thank you.
Board Member Garzica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you did answer the question which I had, and I think it's the that June 6th deadline, that looming deadline that was having people reach out to say, we understand the law says you need to have stakeholder input and it's coming time. So you explained that well, and thank you so much.
Yeah, but thank you, Board Member Escarzaga. We should probably make sure that goes out in an update so people know that we have asked for an extension. If we are not granted that extension, our plan will be to submit something, but it will be to submit the plan to create the plan. That's what we'll do. The secretary knows, Secretary Cardona does know that states have a little angst about this, because if we want to have a meaningful engagement and engage our boards, it takes a little more time than just the 60 days. So.
Thank you.
Just one more question related to Board Member Durham's question. Will there be an option at this work session for virtual for any either staff or board members who are still not comfortable or for any other reason can't be in person? Can we arrange that?
Yes, there will be, and I believe Director Maramba is working on those options.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Anthis. Any other questions, colleagues? All right. We're slightly early. I'm hoping that Ms. Mello is available. Is that so, Ms. Maramba?
She is not here yet, but I think she's on her way. So let's give it a minute or two.
Okay. So our colleagues, our next item is a report from our legislative liaisons and from Ms. Mello. If you saw your emails, you did receive an email just shortly before this meeting. And Commissioner will speak to some of that. So it's a long letter, so I've not had a chance to read it, but you might peruse it, and we'll hope that either Ms. Mello or the Commissioner can speak to the concern that's identified. And this might be a moment, if you'd like to take a moment to peruse it.
Sure, yeah, I can start on that. So one of the, the bill, I am always really bad at the numbers because there are just so many numbers.
I think 1304.
Yeah, 1304. So this is the bill that's being introduced to explore the creation of an early childhood education agency. And you received a letter last night, and we may have forwarded it on this morning, from the consortium of special education directors, and the other organizations also signed on to that. So CASE, CASB, CEA, and the letter expresses concerns, just saying that one of the really important things that this would have to look at is how we support our special education students, because right now IDEA and those requirements are required to be administered and monitored and supported by the Colorado Department of Education. And so there are questions about if a new agency is created, how do all of those special education requirements get aligned? And we are absolutely, aligned with the letter, or at least staff are, that has been something we're very aware of and something we know would have to be discussed in great depth. And, with great care, because that's a very, very important piece. And so, we knew that this, the special ed directors were concerned about this. They've put it into writing, which is great because the bill sponsors know about this too. I think what I would say is this first legislative piece is to explore all these things. It really is to say, what are all of the details we would need to work out? What are all of the legal requirements? What are all of those pieces? And so I see this a little bit more as an exploration of what the creation of a new agency would look like. And it's putting a plan together to say, how do we bring the right constituents together to talk through the different concerns and the different alignment that needs to happen? Because if you create alignment in one area, sometimes that means you're having less alignment in another area. So we certainly know that, and that's definitely very important. There are other places in the agency that it would create better alignment. And we have actually heard concerns from the special ed directors that there is misalignment in other areas. We've been working very hard because there are multiple regulations that are governed by us and then governed by CDHS. And so this would offer the opportunity to create alignment in those regulations. So, there's pros and cons to all of this, but again, I think having the priority and the alignment of sort of one agency that governs these things is something that's important to explore. And my understanding is there would be a bill next year with those details and with the plan and what it would look like. And so you would have the opportunity to vote next year on, you know, what the outcome of this planning process was. So that's just what I wanted to say. But we certainly do support and are very aware of the issues brought forth in the letter, and it's very much top of mind for our staff. Our staff are very involved in this discussion, and you know, we're very much a part of these daily. We have 2 standing meetings a week and sometimes more on this topic. So so that's what I'll say about that, and I think I gave you enough information to get Ms. Mello on the phone.
Right. Thank you, Commissioner. I think one more thing to add to your report in terms of the ELC, there are subcommittees, and they scheduled one of the meetings for today while you and I are in the board meeting. So hopefully we'll find some other way to make our contributions to that report. Ms. Mello will provide us an update on what's going on at the Capitol. We have one bill to discuss today, but first, your brief update would be appreciated. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. It's nice to see you. So we have reached that point in session as of yesterday where it feels like the pace has all of a sudden increased dramatically. We are definitely in those final end weeks of session. We still don't know exactly when the end of session will be. I feel like I'm a broken record in reporting this to you all every time. It's possible we'll be done at the end of May. I think that is unlikely. I think we're more likely to go through the first 2 weeks of June, but that's just my guess based on doing this work for a long time, not anything that's official. Part of why there is a lack of clarity on that issue is around the federal funding and the timing of information about the federal funding. As I'm sure you can imagine, the legislature does not want to be excluded from the decision-making process around how those dollars are expended in the state. And so they are trying to time their schedule in a way that allows them to have input into that process and those dollars. The federal guidance on how, the first set of federal guidance was released Monday. Sorry. This time of year, I never know what day it is. Was released on Monday, and folks are still working their way through it. The Joint Budget Committee is having a presentation this afternoon at 2:00 on those requirements or what information that we know. So that's the reason for the uncertainty around the end date. They continue to work quickly through bills. I think it's been a pretty efficient process this year. Committees usually have 2 or 3 bills. We don't have those committee hearings with 17 bills that we're trying to get through in 4 hours. So that's been nice. They're working hard on the floor. The House came back to the floor twice last week in the evenings to try to stay caught up on the calendar. We heard a rumor that the Senate may stay on the floor all day today, which would completely mess up the Joint Budget Committee schedule timing. But we are in that time of year where people say to me, "What time will this happen?" And I say, "I don't know. It's going to happen when it happens." And we're doing our best to stay on top of all of that and communicate as needed. The School Finance Act got introduced yesterday, starting in the Senate. It's actually going to be in committee tomorrow. So fun times. Like I said, things are moving quickly. There is the School Finance Act, I think, I have not had time to fully digest it, nor has your staff, but as usual, it is, the way in which we allocate funding for the K-12 system in the state of Colorado. It does not, at this moment, nor do I actually believe it will at any point, contain a major rewrite of the school finance formula. That may be coming in a separate piece of legislation. But at the moment, and I emphasize at the moment, because what it really means is in the next moment, things could be totally different. I don't believe they will put any rewrite of the school finance formula within the School Finance Act. The bill has several technical fixes that department staff asked to be included. This is, little technical stuff around implementing. A lot of it is COVID related. So we're very grateful to the sponsors for working with us to include some of those smaller logistical issues that the commissioner and her staff have to deal with on a regular basis. And there's, and we're not the only group who goes to the sponsors and says, hey, we've got a few little technical things we'd like to put in the School Finance Act. So there are others in there. And at some point today and over the next few days, I and your staff will be working through that to see if there's anything that we need to be concerned about. I just don't know quite yet. And I apologize for that, but sometimes the timing of these things doesn't work out quite as well as we would like. But outside of K-12, we continue to have very, very big substantive conversations around healthcare. You've probably heard about the public option. There's a very big transportation related proposal that was in committee for the first time on Monday. We had two big tax related bills introduced this week, Monday. Like I said, they all run together in a giant blur. By Tuesday, I'm always like, wait, is it Friday? Wait, it's only Tuesday? What's happening? So two big tax bills. I think the intention there, writ very large, is to increase revenue to the state. We've talked a lot as we went through the budget process about this concept of a structural deficit, where we had this strange thing where we had all this one-time short-term money, right? So it's like tons of money, but you can only spend it once. It's not ongoing. I believe that these two new tax bills are part of an effort to address that structural deficit and the ongoing revenue issues in the state. Again, still working our way through the details of those. They're big and long, and I'm not sure. The transportation bill is 197 pages, which makes me very glad I don't work on transportation issues. The tax bills are shorter, but trust me, they're a little challenging to read. So we're working our way through those, and I don't know that they'll have any direct impact on you all. It's not the thing we would necessarily bring to you, but we'll make sure there's nothing in there that we need to pay attention to on behalf of the board and the department. That is where I'd say we are on an overall perspective. Are there any questions about any of that?
So let me go down the line. Board Member Skarzica, do you have any questions so far?
No, not on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Board Member Rankin?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Board Member Sheffel?
No, thank you.
Board Member Esser?
Nope, thank you, Madam Chair.
Board Member McClellan?
Not for me, thank you.
Board Member Durham? Board Member Durham, do you have any questions for Ms. Mello? Probably not. So we have one bill that our legislative contacts are recommending we support. If you'd like to provide us with a review, update, etc.
Sure. Happy to do that. And I believe you've already heard a little bit about this bill in the commissioner's report. This is House Bill 21-1304, concerning measures to establish a unified early childhood system in Colorado, and in connection therewith, creating the Department of Early Childhood Education. We have a trend going this year with you all as a state board where the bills that we bring to you for a position are long and complicated, and therefore they take a little time to explain. So I will do my best to work through this in a way that gives you the information you need, but is also expeditious. I think I heard the commissioner saying as I came on that this piece of legislation is really designed to create a structure to get to a new department. Now, it does actually say that a new department will be created by July 1st, 2022. I will note that is after another legislative session, which means a future legislature could make any changes they want to that. I'm not saying that they will, but that is a theoretical possibility. But really, I think it is good to think about this piece of legislation as a study of some sorts, a process of some sorts. I think it acknowledges that there's a lot of big, important issues here that need to be addressed. Whether it acknowledges that sufficiently or not, I think, some would say yes and some would say no, and I understand where people are coming from on that. But just briefly, the structure. So it creates a transition work group. The transition work group is led primarily by the leadership of the existing Early Childhood Leadership Commission, along with departments, which would include, of course, CDE. It also includes Department of Human Services, and I believe maybe the Department of Public Health and Environment, and then the governor's office are kind of the key folks on the transition work group. The transition work group is directed to create an advisory group to advise them on the development of the transition plan and the new preschool program. And I should step back and say that in creating a new department, so there's all the structures that go along with, you know, taking our existing programs, consolidating, moving them over there. The bill also very clearly directs this new department to create the new preschool program that was funded at least in part by the recent tobacco tax increase adopted by the voters. So it's doing both of those things throughout the legislation. The advisory group is to advise on both of those components and to focus on things like eliminating redundancies and helping ensure that the system is child and family centered. There is a long list saying at a minimum, this group shall include, you know, lots and lots and lots of types of folks. Obviously, we don't name individuals. The work group is instructed very clearly to hire a contractor to consult and assist in creating the transition plan. I find it interesting that the initial contract is limited to not more than $25,000 or in kind. I'll tell you, I think that's a fairly modest budget for the potential scope of work envisioned here. So I think that's interesting, and I don't know quite exactly how that will work. I do think the legislation contemplates and that there's the possibility of additional subsequent contracts, but those are less specified than the initial one. By November 1st, which is the deadline for submission of budget requests to the Joint Budget Committee, or excuse me, the deadline for the submission of the governor's budget request, and it'll be your deadline too for your budget request. We'll deal with that another day. This kind of report and recommendation gets submitted to the Joint Budget Committee and to the Early Childhood Leadership Commission. The commission has 15 days to approve that, and then that is submitted to the committees of reference at the legislature, which would include the Human Services Committees and the Education Committees. And then the deadline for submission of the plan for the new preschool program is January 1st of 2022. They get a little bit more time for that one. In terms of the transition plan that has to be submitted, the bill outlines several very specific areas that it must address. It includes the governance and structure of the department, its mission and principles, its fiscal structure, its funding sources, timelines, technology issues, how they're going to eliminate duplication, how it will align with the K-12 system, especially with literacy, which I know is obviously a key priority of all of yours, and how they will address, I think, ongoing stakeholder engagement. The legislation is sponsored, I should mention, by, it's interesting. It's sponsored by the Speaker of the House, Alec Garnett, but his name is listed second, which has tripped me up there for a second because that's a little bit unusual, along with Representative Emily Sirota, whose name is listed first. And in the Senate, the legislation is sponsored by the Senate Majority Leader, Steve Fenberg, and by Representative Janet Buckner. There's a lot of detail in here. I'm going to acknowledge that. Like I said, I tried to strike a balance between giving you an explanation that it, tells you what it does, but without spending all 17 hours of your board meeting just describing the piece of legislation. So more than happy to answer any questions. I will probably call on Dr. Anthus or Dr. Colesman to help me on some of that because as Dr. Anthus mentioned, they've been fairly involved in thinking through how this might work. And with that, I think I would turn it over to our legislative contacts to add any color commentary, unless, Madam Chair, you'd prefer we proceed differently.
I think that'd be fine. Board Member McClellan, color commentary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that my recommendation to support this bill was born out of a recognition of our strong commitment to improving early childhood literacy and the recognition that we have a partnership in the governor's office pointed in the right direction and working hard to make sure that early childhood literacy and early childhood education is handled in the best way that we possibly can in the state of Colorado. And I wanted to give Ms. Mello or Commissioner Anthus or any staff a chance to kind of weigh in on what any kind of partnership or maybe dovetailing might need to take place in order to ensure that we are taking care of our responsibilities and duties for the department as required.
I would defer to Dr. Anthus on that.
Thank you, Board Member McClellan. I think those pieces are still to be worked out, but all I can say is I've had very good cooperation and very good responsiveness from both the other agencies that would be involved, but also the governor's office, and also I believe the bill sponsors are very much interested in making sure that that is a really important component of the transition plan. And so I'm not exactly sure what it would look like. I think the letter even discusses that we would probably need to touch base with the federal Department of Education. So there would be some legwork we would need to do to get that all worked out. But again, as Ms. Mello said, this is the transition plan, and sort of, I think next year, my understanding is next year there would need to be another bill that outlines what that plan is, and then would put that into place. So there would be more opportunity to refine and make sure your voices are heard in the next session.
Thank you, Dr. Anthus. I just want to add, in addition to the strong commitment that we've enjoyed from the governor's office and from legislators in working to improve literacy numbers and performance, particularly in early childhood, I really appreciate that the governor's office and these legislators are taking a more ambitious approach. And it sounds like they're extremely cooperative with the department in ensuring that we meet our responsibilities as required. So thank you, Commissioner Anthus.
Thank you. Board Member Durham, color commentary.
I think a couple, and one I would like to, I guess, maybe amend the support recommendation just a little bit. That the couple of things that have me concerned. One is this $25,000 cap on this study. It sounds to me as if they've already pre-selected who's going to do the study, and I think I would, if we're going to support it, which I do in concept, is that that cap should be taken off, put it at a higher level with language that there has to be a competitive bid done to do this study. And finally, I think part of that change would envision that one of the questions to be answered by the contractor would be the likelihood of improved educational outcomes as a result of this consolidation of the departments. And so at the appropriate time, I'll move a substitute motion to support the bill with amendments that accomplish those two things.
Well, Mr. Durham, would you be good enough to make a motion?
Sure, I'd move that we support Senate bill, House bill, Senate bill.
House Bill 21-1304.
Yes, House Bill 1304 with amendments. Amendments one would be to ensure that there is actually a study and a meaningful study. So the pull the $25,000 cap, and that it's a competitive bid as to who does the study. And number two, one of the conclusions to be reached by the study is whether or not this consolidation will lead to improved student outcomes.
It's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, now we can go on discussions. Those are all the comments you wanted to make, Mr. Durham?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Board Member Rankin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I spoke to this bill at our last meeting, and my concerns were the amount of topics that are in the, beginning with the summary, but it seems like an overwhelming task to create a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. And I took liberty at trying to pull apart some of the individual ideas that are expressed in this bill. I don't see the literacy as a major backbone to it. What I do see, and it's bulleted on the bill, is providing childhood opportunities and coordinating what's already there. But it's childcare, it is delivering services and programs. That's key to this, is coordinating all of the programs and services that are already out there and supports. And unifying the administration. That is where this new bill and the transition come in strong. And Ms. Marama, would you please put up the slide number 1 that I sent you yesterday? Thank you. So this is basically the transition and the departments that all are existing and what will be in consideration. It's almost an overwhelming task, and it's a lot of higher level interests. But if you go to the other side of this question and look at the organizations that are already out there, and Ms. Marama, would you go to number 2? I've just highlighted 9 of them, and these are like umbrella, top level. Early Childhood Leadership Alliance, ECCLA. That's one I looked into, and it has 34 councils serving 58 Colorado communities. This is not at a top level. This is right down at the grassroots. This is where parents and preschool kids and the services are already coordinated. Also, all these other organizations, there's grants that can be gained to a lot of the programs that are already going on. There's also 4-year-olds in elementary schools. There's preschool that connects kindergarten and 4-year-olds that are already working in literacy. I don't want to disrupt these smaller areas out in rural Colorado that are already not just getting local support from 501c3s, it's also community members that are volunteering or helping out or sending money, because that's where the rubber meets the road at this early age, where the main focus is children and their parents at that age. I do believe that literacy, if that is our focus, should be a prime focus of even kindergarten, but it was combining services more than it was what I believe our mission is. So with this, there is a government huge umbrella that we're going to create to take care of a problem that I'm not sure that it exists. And I have met with some of these organizations at a very local level, and they do apply for grant money, what they need. I have never heard any of them say they needed more money, but of course, no one's going to turn it down if they are offered a small part of $25,000. That's just a joke, because I know the bill would be a lot bigger money than that. But I just really, I question whether this is really necessary to combine services and so many organizations that give services at the state level in a parent-child time of life that at the local level seems to be working. And that's what I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board Member McClellan. Did you have any additional comments?
None for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Board Member Sheffel?
Yeah, thank you. I tend to agree with Board Member Rankin in the sense that, I mean, we know that when you centralize and unify things, such a large entity such as early childhood, you often diminish innovation and choice and variety. And the best options for children is at the local level, in the community, with lots of parent involvement. You create this huge behemoth of early childhood department, and I think it can become more about the adults than about the children. I mean, you look at this and it's about an executive director and a consultant and a commission and the transition advisory groups. And it just strikes me that you're creating a huge bureaucracy that's not needed, that merely has the function of centralizing and unifying, which could be good, but it could also not be good. I mean, we've seen the negative effects of this in K-12, where you try to create a one-size-fits-all approach to education and you don't serve lots of kids. And I really hate to impose that same model on early childhood. I think we've had a lot of variety and very much locally driven in this arena, and I think it should stay that way. So I really don't feel that this is necessary. There's so much language in here also that is vague. We don't really know what they're going to be doing. We look at the comment on values on page 12, whose values? We look at the data implications on page 14, what are they as far as privacy? I think they're substantial when you centralize and unify all this information. And then the vagueness of it, page 17, page 26, is just very overreaching and very expansive. And when it comes down to it, I mean, I think the potential for overreach is huge. And so I really think that it's an unnecessary bill, and I don't think it would serve the children of Colorado well.
Thank you. Board Member Esser?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this question may be for Commissioner Antis. I'm not sure. So right now, oversight of early childhood rests with the Department of Education, correct?
Not all of it, no. It's bifurcated right now. So we run the Colorado preschool program. We do work with, preschools that are within the education system, within the K-12 system, and we do IDEA and identify students that may have disabilities and those sorts of things. But there are many other early childhood and private and community preschools that are run by the Colorado Department of Human Services.
So this is an attempt to kind of bring everything under one umbrella so it's not so bifurcated, correct?
Correct.
And what was the issue that they're trying to resolve?
Well, I think there are multiple, we have actually worked with CDHS over the years on different regulations that overlap and sometimes conflict. There's lots of little ones. I don't know that I could outline all of those little ones right now, but it has been confusing for, districts, but also community-based providers. Which regulations are we following? Some of them conflict. We have heard that has been a challenge in the past. We haven't been able to reconcile those regulations. And then the other impetus from this, as I understand it, was, the governor does have a goal of universal preschool, and the passage of the EE ballot measure, does allow for a new funding source. And so, again, rather than figuring out which funds go to which agency and who does all that, it would go to one agency with a single governance structure rather than multiple governance structures.
And right now, and this is probably for Ms. Mello, we're literally creating a group to investigate this further.
I think it's fair to say that the bill does two things. It creates a new department, and it establishes a process for doing that creation. all of which is subject to future legislative review in 2022.
Okay. Very complicated. Thank you, Commissioner Antis and Ms. Mello. Thank you, Chairwoman Schroeder.
Board Member Escarza?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a couple questions and maybe just a couple comments. Maybe this is for the department. What other states have preschool at their government structure, at their governor's level?
I don't know if Dr. Colsman knows that, but there are probably, I don't know, 10 to 15 states that do have or are moving towards a governance structure like this. I could be wrong on that. Ms. Colsman?
I shouldn't have turned on my camera because that would indicate that I know the answer to that, but that is certainly something that we can look into.
Okay, and thank you. The reason why I ask that is that one of the first questions that has come up from the consortium is whether or not you can actually have two different agencies ahead or receiving funding, right, from that special ed money. And it seems like a simple, question like that should be answerable, at least to this group or to us. Maybe some other states have done it, right? That's why I'm asking that.
Well, and Board Member, Board Chair Schroeder?
Yes, go ahead.
So we have looked informally into what other states do have an administration of preschool special education by an agency outside of the education agency. And that does seem to be an area where there is not much precedent. And so, again, that's been an informal connection with other states regarding that question. So we actually are in the process of developing a formal question about the allowability of splitting authority for IDEA between two different agencies.
So thank you. And I think that leads into my maybe more of a comment. I read the bill, all the way through. It does not appear to me to be a planning bill as much as it is a bill that sets up a structure. It's intended, it's not and I'm going to go back to Mr. Durham, Member Durham's question. It's not a question of should we do this? It's a question of how we're going to do it, because we're going to do it. That's the way I read the bill, and it does feel very top down. I think just my impression was I would have much preferred a monitor on this bill until we could hear maybe some more feedback and some questions about some of these things that we have that would put my mind more at rest. And I really like Mr. Durham's amendments, though that second one he put in there, that is this, at the very least, can we find out from a study, is this really the way to go? It seems like the decision's been made, this is the way it should go, and I'm struggling with that. So, yep, I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Thank you. Board Member Durham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think there are certainly more questions than I anticipated earlier on in this process, and so I would move that we lay this over for the moment, try and get some additional answers for questions that have been raised here, and then once we all I think we have a better understanding of where we're going and how this thing's going to actually work, and I think maybe also for Ms. Mello to determine whether or not there is some flexibility on the part of the sponsors for some of the amendments that I mentioned, but also for excuse me, Ms. Scarza's concerns that this may be already too far down the road without adequate study. The new information today for me is that almost no one else does this, and we probably ought to take a look at that at least. Why has anybody tried it, and what have the results been? So I would just move to lay it over until the next meeting, or for maybe 2 weeks. We'll have another legislative meeting, so lay it over for 2 weeks.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question of Ms. Mello?
Yes, please, go ahead, Board Member Sheffield.
You know, there's been a lot of, I think, discussion about this among many at the legislature, and I'm just wondering if in those discussions people raised questions about a single governance structure. I mean, I think we've learned a lot about the importance of checks and balances in legislation and in implementation, and I think to depict this as though everyone's on board with this might not be accurate. I wonder if you can comment on that in terms of discussions you've heard about or been part of. Or
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes.
Yeah, and if I somehow indicated that everyone was on board, that was not my intention. I think part of what we're collectively struggling with is that this bill was introduced on Friday and it's in committee tomorrow. And so, you know, we're at the time in the legislature where things move really quickly, and we want to be able to bring these things to you all for your review, right? So we tried to expedite this one in terms of getting it to you. I hear that there's lots and lots of questions. I think that makes perfect sense. I think pausing, not making any decisions today, letting me get some answers to these questions, assess, you know, different political feasibility, be able to have a better answer to your question, frankly, Board Member Sheffel, about where different folks are. There haven't been any votes yet, so I don't know that for sure. But I'm happy to do all of that, and, you know, we'll bring it back to you when we have more information and then, you know, when the time is right. And I would hope to do that in a way that still allows you to be, your position to be taken in a time frame that's meaningful, right? So I probably won't bring this to you after it's passed. I don't feel like that's very helpful timing. So we'll work to kind of have that balance of more information, but not waiting to get so much information that we're not relevant anymore.
good, yeah, just in my understanding and just, you know, what I'm hearing is there's lots of controversy around this bill. So thank you.
Board Member McClellan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to first and foremost second Board Member Durham's motion to lay this over, but I'd also like to ask Ms. Mello to maybe comment on this long stakeholder process that went forward with respect to the planning and the development of this bill. Am I right that that was over the course of many months? I think more than 6 months. Am I right?
I'm actually going to defer that to the commissioner, if you don't mind, because the staff have been more involved in that than I have.
Sure.
Yes. Thank you, Board Member McClellan. There has been, and actually Ms. Rankin sort of expressed like all of the different committees and groups that have been talking about early childhood education. There has been a leadership committee. I might get the name a little bit wrong, but the early childhood sort of policy and leadership committee that has been meeting, that has like taken from lots of those groups, formed a committee and talked about all of these things. I will say that the governance structure was discussed at those meetings, but the purpose of those meetings wasn't necessarily to get to this outcome, right? It was a discussion of lots of things related to early childhood education. And governance was one of the things that came up, and they did have lots of discussions. The Early Childhood Leadership Council did vote to support. They're a separate leadership council. They did vote to support this bill. So there has been different pockets of support and definitely stakeholder engagement in the idea of this, but not quite the stakeholder engagement yet around what it would look like, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that.
Thank you all. Do we have to vote on this laying over? We don't, do we, Mr. Durham?
No, we don't.
Okay, so let me just suggest to Ms. Mello that an important question that was brought out, I think, by Board Member Rankin is, what is the problem we're trying to solve? It ought to be the question we have for every bill. And that might be a long list, or it might be a very succinct. This is something that is going to help parents access information about childcare, not going to 38 different organizations, but to actually have one-stop place to gather information for their kiddos. I don't know if that's a priority in this bill or not, but those are the kinds of things that we should look at to see how is this going to serve our parents and who are trying to provide early childhood for their kids? So I think that was a really important question that wasn't clear to everybody. It does include both private and public options, which is the kind of choice that I think we generally support, and I think that's really important. The other piece that I don't know, I understand completely, but it does help to align funding. But some clarity on that would be very, very helpful. I think that sometimes we worry that creating yet another department means that we're creating yet another silo. So we don't want to do that. Right now, there are lots of different places, but it is also, from what I've been able to tell, extremely confusing. So I don't really object to the effort, but I think we need to have some more background. We probably need to have clarity whether we are voting to create this organization or to actually study what a department like this would look like, and then have another shot at whether we support or don't support this organization. Does that help?
Absolutely. Heard and grateful for your thoughtful questions. And I mean, they all are, many of you have heard me talk about, within the realm of reasonable policy conversation. And this is very much in that realm. And I will communicate all of this back with our colleagues over at the governor's office, and we'll figure out kind of just exactly what's happening. And I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Madam Chair, I did want to give one more bill update if there's time, but I don't mean to artificially end this conversation either.
You have time. Please go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to talk briefly about House Bill 1294, the accountability audit legislation. The board is currently in an amend position on that bill. It was in committee last Thursday. Vice Chair Durham and Board Member McClellan testified to that amend position, and I think they both made it very clear that it wasn't an oppose, it wasn't a support, it was an amend position. The two issues we remain in discussions around coming out of your board discussion are data privacy and how to ensure that have the appropriate protections for PII. And secondly, and this is one of those words that has become so volatile in this conversation, so I want to try to be as clear as I can. My understanding is that you all as a board have said it's good to ask questions about whether or not we have bias, but we need to ask them so that we get actionable information. So it's not a question of whether or not bias is an appropriate research topic. It's a question of how we get at that and how we get it in answer to that. And so that's how we have been framing the conversation with the proponents of the bill. I don't have any specific progress to report to you today, but I am hopeful of resolution on both of those topics, and we'll continue to keep you all updated as that evolves.
Thank you, Ms. Mello. Did we clarify that the bias measure is not in the outcome? The bias that we are concerned about are in the inputs. Are the assessments biased, for example? Are our standards biased? It is not at all helpful to suggest that in some way the outcome is biased without being, because that's not actionable. Is that clear to folks in this discussion or not?
We're trying to make it clear. I think, again, this is, and in fact, I think Board Member McClellan said something very similar in her testimony to what you just expressed, Madam Chair. So we continue to try to be clear and consistent in our communication, and most importantly, aligned with what you all have told us, right? Because that's I'm carrying your water, so to speak, on this one. And so trying to be very clear that it is an amend position, that these are the two issues we would really like to discuss, and that we think they're solvable. These aren't excuses. Right. These are legitimate policy concerns that the board has, and we'd like to reach resolution on them.
Great, thank you. Where is that bill at this point?
Yeah, so it came out of the House Education Committee on a 7-2 vote last Thursday. Its next step is appropriations, and then it'll go to the House floor. I suspect it will be in House appropriations this Friday. It was not scheduled for that as of last night. That may have changed this morning. Last I knew, it was not scheduled there. Nonetheless, I suspect, given what I know about how they're trying to move legislation, it will be in approps on Friday. They are, I think, in the spirit of partnership and good faith negotiation, they have not been rushing this through. They're trying to reach resolution in the conversations before they take the next step where we could do amendments, which would be second reading. So probably next week, hopefully, with some addressing your concerns.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Any other final questions or comments, colleagues, on this issue?
Madam Chair?
Yes. Go ahead.
Just as sort of procedurally, if there's no objection to laying the bill over, it doesn't require a vote.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I counted on you to help me with that.
Yeah, if there's no objection, then it would just the chair can lay it over.
Thank you. I'm not hearing any objection, colleagues. Going, gone. Okay, great. So thank you, Ms. Mello. We are going to take a 15-minute break until 10:30. We will be somewhat ahead of time. So Commissioner, if you'd be good enough to prepare staff to be available at 10:30. Is that doable?
Yes, Madam Chair, is that because we don't have any public comment?
We do not have public comment.
Okay.
That is
All
why.
right, yes, we'll make sure that staff are available. I think I see their little circles on the bottom, so let this be known. This is your warning.
They all get a 15-minute break.
Okay.
Can I just very quickly emphasize, it's busy, it's crazy, lots of things are moving, you're probably hearing lots of rumors. Please don't hesitate to call or text me. Dr. Skarziga and I had a great conversation last week, right, to kind of clarify. Lots of people say lots of things. If you're not sure what's happening, you're not sure what we're saying, please call me, text me, email me. As Madam Chair can attest, I'm happy to speak on the phone between 9 and 10 p.m. That seems to be our most common time to speak. So I'm available to you all as you need me.
Thank you. And I assure my colleagues that Ms. Mello is always available to help us out. So thank you very much. And have fun over there.
Thanks.
All right, we are on break for a bit.
Corey, are we live? All right, Madam Chair, we're now live.
Thank you. We'll now have a short presentation and vote on the University of Colorado. Am I in the right place?
Mm-mm.
9.01.
Yeah, I got carried away, sorry. Short presentation on the Holocaust and Genocide Studies and Standards revisions. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I will turn this over to Dr. Kolsman and Dr. Cobb to give us our presentation.
So good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the State Board. It's a pleasure to be with you again today. We have just a very brief presentation for you today, just to kind of orient you to your materials as well as to the topic for today. And then we've allotted time for discussion among the board members. So presenting today are myself, Melissa Kolsman, Assistant Commissioner for Student Learning, Dr. Floyd Cobb, Executive Director of Teaching and Learning, and we have a special guest star in the event we have some additional questions, Dr. Joanna Bruno, who is the Director of our Office of Standards and Instructional Support. She and her team support the standards review and revision processes, and in this case, the work on the Holocaust and Genocide Studies for inclusion in the Colorado Academic Standards. Do want to just take a moment also to acknowledge the work of Dr. Stephanie Hartman, our social studies content specialist, who has been supporting this committee and is on deck to support the social studies revision process, which will start in the fall of this year, as well as Ariana Antonio, who does all of the logistical support for the team. So our purpose today is to have an opportunity for you as a state board to discuss the feedback that you have regarding the recommendations that have come before you to incorporate the Holocaust and Genocide Studies into the Colorado Academic Standards. As an orientation for your materials today, you have a memo, you have a copy of the PowerPoint presentation, which we are showing you right now. You again have a copy of the recommendations from the Genocide and Holocaust Studies Committee. You have a copy of the Colorado Academic Standards in Social Studies. We've also provided you with a record of the public comments that have been received regarding these proposed recommendations for Holocaust and Genocide Studies. And we've also provided you with a copy of all of the written feedback that we've received from state board members so far. So we'll talk a bit more about this as we go through our brief presentation, but essentially to kind of orient you into where we are in this process. As you recall, in April, we had members of the committee come before you to give you background on their recommendations for these additions to the social studies standards. You had an opportunity to ask some questions. We asked you in advance of this meeting to provide any questions, feedback, or recommended changes to those standards. And following today's meeting, I believe it's next week, the committee will meet again and they will review the feedback that you discussed today, as well as the consolidated document that we have prepared for you, as they consider final edits to those standards. And they will come back to you again in June for a final vote. So this month really is an opportunity for you to have discussion before you have to take a vote on those standards. So I'll go ahead and hand off to Dr. Cobb to provide a little bit of background.
Thank you, Dr. Kolsman, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board. Just as a quick refresher, the state board, as a result of House Bill 2013-36, the state board is now required to adopt standards related to Holocaust and Genocide Studies before July 21st of this year, and it will require each school district to adopt standards related to Holocaust Genocide Studies and incorporate it into a course for graduation prior to July 1 of 2023. And certainly requires the department to maintain a publicly available resource bank, which the group is currently working underway to be able to do. And so the Holocaust and Genocide Studies Committee are currently kind of making recommendations. Basically, they're engaging in a process of just reviewing notable revisions to the standards, and then basically engaging in some overview of themes of public feedback and begin to incorporate changes or recommendations from state board members, as Dr. Colsman mentioned. Just by way of an overview in terms of how the public feedback process has occurred, you can see that the public feedback window was open from February 15th to March 8th, and there were about 109 comments received. Or 109 respondents, I apologize, who offered 249 comments. And the way that we worked to be able to break this down was really trying to get clear on the distinction between comments that were either actionable or were basically referred to as effectively commentary. And so commentary would almost be referred to as just a statement that the committee could not do anything with. Simply, I like that, or I don't like that, but nothing that was really actionable one way or the other. And so what some of the comments that were made in some cases were related to previous parts of the standards, and certainly some comments were outside of the scope of legislation. So the committee did their best to be able to respond to the public comments, agreed with comments and made changes, or agree with parts and made changes, or in some cases just did not agree with changes at all. And so with that, by way of background, I'll transition it back over to Dr. Colsman.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. And just as a reference, I noted this at the very beginning of our presentation, so you do have a copy of all of the public feedback that was received and the determination of the committee regarding those different comments and their responses. So where we go from here for finalizing these recommendations for the Holocaust and Genocide standards, today is an opportunity for you to discuss questions, comments, and recommended amendments to those standards. As I noted, the committee will meet next week to review and respond to that feedback, and they will be presenting you with their final recommendations for the June State Board meeting. And at that time, the types of comments that you may have provided for this meeting may turn into some proposed amendments that you would want to make to their final recommendations. So essentially what the committee will present to you in June is their final set of those recommended standards. From there, it is your role as state board to adopt standards that you believe are appropriate. So as we did during the 2018 standards review and revision process, we would recommend that the board follow a similar procedure in that for the June board meeting, you would be voting on those standards and voting on any amendments that board members may have. So being prepared with those amendments for the June meeting will be very useful in having a productive conversation and an opportunity to vote. Next slide. So as a launching off point for you today to have some more discussion about these standards, we have provided you with a summary sheet that has all of the written state board member feedback, questions, and proposed amendments that will be going to the committee. And again, at this point, we're not voting on any of these. These are simply discussion points, and these, as well as any feedback that is provided verbally, will be conveyed to the committee. So I think at this point, we are ready to hand it back to you, Madam Chair, to conduct a discussion.
Thank you, but let me clarify what you just said. The recommendations that have already come from board members have not been incorporated. Is that right? Correct. Those will be given to the committee next week. We wanted you all to have an opportunity to see what was going forward and also have an opportunity to add any clarifications or any additional feedback prior to the meeting of the committee next week. Thank you. So Colleagues, this is our time to add or subtract anything that we see so far. Some of you have already provided input, and I guess we can provide more input. So let me go down the line. Board Member Rankin.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. I have no further comments than the ones that I included earlier.
Okay. Board Member Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to just add a few comments, and then I'm going to have some commentary. But just starting with the 6th grade standards, and this language appears a couple of times in the red. So we'll just take page, I think it's page 1 or page 2, line 17 and 18. I think first of all, I think probably the change should be removed, because I don't know that marginalization has anything to do with Holocaust and genocide. But if it does, and the people who are helping with the relight think it does, then they would need to define who's marginalized, what marginalization is, first of all, and how it relates to genocide and Holocaust, who's been marginalized, and by whom they've been marginalized. So this language occurs, as I said, several pages throughout the document. So I'd appreciate at least by verbally just adding that in for their consideration, if it could be written up. Then let me move along here. Let's see, there's more marginalization. I think one thing, I think there needs to be a clear definition of genocide. And I don't think, for example, if you look at, what page am I on? Page 4, line 21 and 22, including acts of violence towards groups of people, that's clearly doesn't rise to Holocaust and genocide unless we're talking about large numbers of people. But individualized sort of acts of violence don't apply, and either needs to be removed or some additional defining language to meet the test the legislature wanted to give us. Here again, we use marginalized populations. Let's see here. I'm gaining on it here, just a minute. Same thing is true on page 5, lines 31 to 33. And again, page 6, lines 5 and 6, conflict, compromise, which may have led to evidence of mass violence. But I think we need to get the proper definitions here. Let's see. Same thing on page 6, lines 20, and the affected cultures and ethnic groups of North America. That I don't know what that has to do with, unless you're going to specify what acts of genocide took place. These changes just simply don't fit the task that the legislature provided for us. Let's see, I think I'm about done. We got marginalized populations again. Okay, then I think we're going to move on. Let me move back then to my own personal comments that I submitted, if I can pull those up, Madam Chair. And first of all, I want to thank the, where are they? Not finding them. Why not? Let me try something else here. Hold on, just sorry.
Board Member Rankin, do you mean to be sharing your screen right now?
No. Am I
Okay,
doing that?
Yes, you are.
Okay, then, all right, then let me get to my own comments, and I'd like to just, I'm going to ask everybody's indulgence to explain why I think these are important changes and why I think they ought to be added. I'm going to use a little bit of personal history and talk about two incidents that I think need to be used to draw differences between the American experience and the experience in the rest of the world. And I want to talk about in 1985, I was fortunate enough to be selected as part of an exchange program, diplomatic exchange program with the then Soviet Union, and we were the first American delegation of American Council of Young Political Leaders to visit the Soviet Union. In 6 years, those had been on suspension since the Russian invasion of Afghanistan. So it was a very interesting time to be involved in such a thing. The way those worked is that our 15 delegates assembled in Washington, D.C., and we received briefings from the State Department. And the State Department had specific requests of the delegates, and they asked us to work and call to the attention of our Russian counterparts, or Soviet counterparts, they almost all were Russian, several issues that the State Department found to be important. One of those happened to be a nuclear arms treaty, but one of the leading things on the list was the significant repression by the Soviets of their Jewish population. And so as it turns out, before we left on that trip, I was contacted by a number of Jewish organizations in Denver and Colorado Springs, asked to take in goods and medicine and money to help some of the individuals who were particularly, who had been particularly denied access to medical care. And while I didn't think it was probably punishable smuggling, it was sort of a raise your heartbeat a little bit when the Soviets went through your luggage at check-in time. The reason I bring this up is as we got into our conversations with our Russian counterparts, we would bring up the issue of their serious repression of Soviet Jews. And their comment back to us was, well, you have all these racial problems in the United States, so how can you be talking to us about the way we're acting? And finally, after several incidents of that, because we kept, we would each day meet with different groups of Russian officials. 3 of our members happened to be black, and one of them at the time spoke up after the Russians were through, and he said, and I can almost still quote it. He said, you're right. We have race relations problems in the United States. But there's one difference, and one important difference between our problems and the way you're treating Soviet Jews. And that in the United States, discrimination and racism is illegal. It's not government policy. Your repression of Soviet Jews is government policy. And that answer, that whole trip was kind of a life-changing trip, but that answer has really stuck with me for all these years, because when we talk about genocides and when we talk about what was characterized, I think, by one of my colleagues on that trip as man's inhumanity to man, it really is important, I think, and an important distinction to draw in all of this, that I'm not aware of any genocides that haven't been conducted by government. That is, by people who get control of government. And I think, and it really became apparent to me, I think we need to enumerate the modern genocides. And I don't know that I have all of them listed, but I think I got most of them. And I spent quite a bit of time trying to hone my skills as an internet researcher, so there could be a lot wrong with some of this. But the bottom line is that and what triggered really my production of these was the incident that took place in Alaska probably 3-4 weeks ago now, where the American Secretary of State, our Secretary of State, met with his Chinese counterparts and sat there and listened to a lecture about race relations in the United States, and apparently didn't have the presence of mind, or at least of the high school education that I had, to be able to respond to the Chinese Communist Party representatives about their record and the record of communism in genocide. And certainly, while we may have our share of problems, do they in no way approach what's gone on in the world? Most of these, if you look at the dates on these, many of these took place in my lifetime. And while I admit to being old, I'm not that old. So I think it's important that this become a part of our educational framework, but I think it's only of value if it has significant specificity. And so if you'll look at the specificity I've tried to provide here, and as I said, if I've missed something, I'd be more than happy to talk about whether or not it ought to be included. But when you get down to the questions that I posed, that I think the inquiry questions, I think censorship and media control plays an important part in allowing modern genocides to occur. I mean, and I use the specific example of the New York Times, failure to use the phrase Armenian genocide until 2004. And then the practical matter is that virtually all of the genocides of which I'm aware since 1915 were either religious or political. And the political genocides conducted by the Russian communists and the Chinese communists, people need to have an understanding of those being by far and away the largest mass murders in history. I think Adolf Hitler gets credit, for being the greatest mass murderer in world history. In fact, that's not true. He couldn't hold a candle to Joseph Stalin, who couldn't hold a candle to Mao Zedong. So I think that if we're going to really provide school children with a clear and usable understanding of genocides, I am going to argue very strenuously for these amendments that are being sent to the committee. And I'd like to have the committee that is going to evaluate these and recommend changes, consider them in the light in which I've just offered. That obviously, if our own Secretary of State can't keep track of this, we have a serious knowledge problem somewhere. And there needs to be a sense of proportion about the idea that you can compare the oppression of Soviet Jews with our race relations problem was preposterous. At the time, it was just incredible what was going on in the Soviet Union. And the idea that you can compare American conduct today in some way in race relations with what's gone on in communist China since my lifetime, during my lifetime, we need to provide students with a sense of proportion. And not that any of them is right, but there are certainly scopes of difference that need to be understood. So that's I'd be happy to answer any questions anybody has, but that's my commentary and justification on those. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Durham. I appreciate that background as well. Here's my question, I think, to the committee, maybe not to us, and this has always struck me as difficult, which is when are we on standards and when are we on curriculum? And I think that's the question that they will have to address for us. Because I don't disagree with you at all that these are things that should be included. We are limited generally in what we are allowed to include. So framing it as standards is just a whole lot, is in our wheelhouse, whereas if it becomes curriculum, we don't get to do that, other than the fact that there is going to be a whole lot of information that is available to teachers to use and implement. So that'd be my only comment. Board Member Esser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for choosing me next. I agree with all the comments. One thing I noticed in the standards, and I've been on standards committees, and we do have to be very careful and walk that line between curriculum and standards. When they recommend a particular area of genocide, it always says such as. So the individual schools and boards will determine really what that looks like. And in most cases, it will be the individual social studies teacher. What was clear, there's been a genocide every day of the calendar at some point in history. There's a great book about that. But I think we start to mix crimes against humanity with genocides. That's different. So I think we need to kind of walk that fine line. I really appreciate what the committee did with these standards, because it is very difficult and you do get into very muddy water as far as what's a crime against humanity and what's actually a genocide of a particular ethnicity group or race or religion. And I just would like to give them the credit they deserve, and I would agree with most of what they've done other than what I added in my own comments. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Scheffel.
Yes, thank you. I guess I was trying to reflect on this document in the context of what the term actually means and where it comes from. So in my understanding, the term was coined in the 1940s in a book called Axis Rule in Occupied Europe by Raphael Lemkin, who was a Polish Jewish lawyer who lost 49 members of his family that were killed in the Holocaust. And subsequent to that book, there was a genocide convention that was convened in the 1940s. It's very instructive to read the transcript and the information surrounding that convention. But the goal of all this was to recognize mass murder as an international crime. And I think this document, given that it names genocide and the Holocaust, you can say, well, they have to be very general. On the other hand, the language in the bill names genocide and Holocaust. And so to try to, be very vague in the standards and in these recommendations seems to make no sense, because the language itself is in the title. So as I look at the document, I appreciate the work of the committee, but in general, I feel like a large proportion of the document has nothing to do with genocide. It's way too vague. It doesn't adhere to the language in the title itself, which is named content. And so lots of words like perspectives, narratives, cooperation, forts and walls, relationships, conflicts, land and resources, environmental interactions, governmental systems, cultural change, rights of individuals, diverse narratives, purchasing products and affecting cultural and social and economic conditions. It's all fine, but it doesn't relate to the content that we're trying to address here, which is genocide and the Holocaust. And there's a very specific definition for that, and it's race killing. And it comes from specific derivatives and etymologies of words where that word was coined in the 1940s. And so I'd like these recommendations to live up to what they're supposed to do. And I this document may have some benefit in some other context, but I feel that a lot of it just isn't related to, I think, the charge that I think is very much explicit in the title. So I think I said that in my comments, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk about it.
Thank you. Board Member Skarziga.
Geez, I realized I wasn't muted. Oops. Good thing I wasn't talking underneath my breath. No, I'm kidding. I think my general comment was I support the work of the group. I'm going back and have read and reread this bill. And things like, and some of the comments, there is a definition in here of genocide, right? And the word ethnic is in every single one of these lines. That was one I just wanted to point out. I mean, it seems like you can, and I've seen the department do this, where they literally just lift language from the bill and go no further. That's one option. And we can go back to that. I do see the part in here where the department is to provide a resource bank and some sample content standards, some sample programs of instruction, some sample, including first-person testimony. I can see where inside of that some more of this other things may fit, right? And that's the extent of my comments. I thank the committee for the work. I know this is hard work, and this is not my area of expertise, and so I will rely on those with more knowledge than I, so thank you.
Thank you. Board Member McClellan.
And nothing further from me, Madam Chair, but I do want to thank the members of the committee as well as our staff for their work on this.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other questions? I think we've provided feedback. I think there is a real challenge. I appreciate some of the comments that clarify how deep can we get in the standards. I also am wondering a little bit whether some of the content in this particular set of standards won't instead be more appropriate when the whole social studies standards are being considered. But like Board Member Scarsia, this is not my area of expertise, and so I don't provide any substantive guidance whatsoever. Any other comments? Dr. Colsman, are you ready to go? Dr. Cobb?
Yeah, this was very helpful, and we think that we'll also be providing a link to your conversation to the committee, because while it'll be helpful to have some written summary and the information that you've already provided, we think that this has been a really robust discussion that will be helpful for the committee to consider.
Great.
So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. The next item, and I hope we're ready, is a short presentation and vote on the University of Northern Colorado's request for reauthorization of 2 teacher preparation endorsement programs. Commissioner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn this over to Dr. O'Neill and Miss Mary Bivens.
Welcome, folks. Dr. O'Neill.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So good morning, good afternoon. Yep, it's still good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the board. I'm Colleen O'Neill, the Associate Commissioner of Educator Talent, and joining me today and manning the slides is going to be Ms. Mary Bivens, our Director of Educator Development. She and I are here today to discuss the reauthorization of 2 educator endorsement programs for the University of Northern Colorado. First, I want to give you just a bit of background and to outline our agenda for you today. As you recall, in the 18-19 school year, the University of Northern Colorado underwent their first reauthorization review for the Educator Preparation Program and with the Educator Preparation Program Review Committee. There were 3 areas of conditional reauthorization: elementary, early childhood, and special education. All other endorsement areas for the University of Northern Colorado were approved, but those 3 areas were conditionally approved. The CTE and the Department of Higher Education team worked with UNC for another year and one more visit in 2019-2020. One endorsement area came off conditional authorization then, and that was special education. Then we did a final spring visit with lots of support throughout these years from CTE and the Department of Higher Education, and we are pleased to bring that specific reauthorization to you today with a note of improvement. With that, I will turn this presentation over to Ms. Bivens to give you more information and address staff recommendations for the UNC's last remaining conditional educator preparation program endorsements. So with that, I turn it over to Ms. Bivens.
Thank you. Ms. Bivens?
Thank you, Colleen, and good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'd like to start going just a little bit in more detail than Colleen explained, giving that background. So you can see that information on this slide. UNC did start their reauthorization process in 2018 with the initial site visit that year in November that had a full state review team looking comprehensively at all of UNC's programs. And the addition of a CDE literacy member did arise during that process for the first time based on the peer reviews done on the submissions that UNC sent the state. After talking to current and former candidates, faculty, and our K-12 stakeholders from our districts, staff did make that recommendation that Colleen reminded you about for the conditional reauthorization. At that time, there were 5 identified areas for improvement, and those areas were around elementary and early childhood reading and early childhood content specifically. The board did vote in February 2019 for that conditional reauthorization, providing UNC a year to work on those revisions and required an additional site visit in winter 2020. On February 3rd, 2020, the state review team composed of CD staff, 2 of our reading content experts specifically, our partner from the Colorado Department of Higher Education, and a peer from another preparation program. We did meet with UNC leaders and literacy faculty, current candidates who were taking reading courses and those who had just finished them that semester and were in their student teaching. After that site visit on February 3rd, 2020, and looking at the submissions from UNC to the state, staff found that 2 licensure programs at UNC still needed additional time to finish their course revisions around scientifically based reading instruction. Those were elementary and early childhood. At the July 2020 state board meeting, this board reauthorized all of UNC's programs except for those 2, providing an additional year for course revisions to be made. Immediately following the July 2020 decision, CDE staff scheduled monthly meetings with UNC leadership to clarify expectations and prepare for the revised submissions and the follow-up site visit scheduled for March of this year. For the next 8 months, CDE and UNC leaders and reading faculty worked to ensure alignment to state reading endorsement standards and make sure those were embedded across all reading courses to achieve the expected outcome for their candidates to understand and be able to articulate the scientifically based teaching reading strategies for our Colorado students. UNC resubmitted elementary and early childhood education syllabi, course sequencing schedules related to all of their literacy courses and specifically reading courses to address the 3 areas of improvement as outlined in the conditional reauthorization and July 2020 state report provided to UNC. Those submissions came to us last December for peer review. UNC also submitted a report to CDE the first week of March detailing what changes have been made in their literacy programs to address the state's reading standards and the board's areas for improvement. You have been provided that report for your reference and review. That report details the professional development university faculty participated in, course revisions, including the timing of those revised courses and when they were being implemented, the addition of reading courses, and the realignment of outcomes in all reading courses, and identification of primary texts that fully support scientifically based reading instruction for candidates. Updated submissions went through the peer review process, and then outcomes from course revisions were the focus of our virtual site visit that we just conducted several weeks ago at the end of March. The state review team again included state staff, a district leader, a university leader, and from another preparation program. Over those 2 days, the state review team spoke to UNC leaders and reading faculty, current candidates in the middle of their reading courses, their course sequencing, and those that had just ended their reading courses and are student teaching this semester. Course observations on updated reading content also occurred during the visit, and board members have been provided the department's report dated April 22nd, outlining the specific findings towards the 3 areas for improvement. Based on the submissions that were peer reviewed and the additional site visit with the state review team meeting to determine outcomes of those revisions, the findings support the work UNC has implemented over the past 2 years for their reading course revisions. UNC ensured a variety of professional development were taken by faculty, and realignment and addition of reading courses to scientifically based reading instruction, including the use of new texts that align to state standards and support scientifically based reading instruction as the focus for core and tier 1 for emergent readers, as well as those in the upper grades who need further support. We saw this clearly described by current candidates based on their learning in their current reading courses. They could detail the components of scientifically based reading instruction, the importance and use of assessment to determine individual learning needs for students, and be able to describe the use of scientifically based reading strategies and when and how those would be used. The outcomes were in place to show that faculty have overhauled some courses, refined others, and spiraled course content to ensure scientifically based reading instruction is clearly understood by our future teachers coming from UNC's elementary and early childhood programs. The state review team was happy with this shift in outcomes that was evident in the past year. Today, we recommend the board reauthorize UNC's elementary and early childhood education endorsement programs at UNC. I will let Colleen come back and share some of our continued work in this area, and then we are happy to take any questions from the board members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bivens. I want to thank the UNC leadership and their faculty for supporting us and supporting this work critically, as it's been ongoing work for several years. And I want to send our appreciation for the improvements that were outlined today. It's a lot of work and we appreciate them engaging at that level. As you all know on the board, the focus on ensuring that all pre-service educators have a deep foundation in evidence-based reading practices is something that we will continue to conduct during our deep dives through reauthorization and offer consistent support to our higher education preparation programs and to all preparation programs. To that end, we continue to partner with the Department of Higher Education and several internal CDE team offices, including the Exceptional Student Services Unit and the Office of Early Learning and School Readiness. Further, tomorrow at our board meeting, Ms. Bivens and I will be back for an informational presentation on the implementation of scientifically based reading for our alternative educator preparation programs, and to give the board an update on a possibility to align educator licensure content assessments to fully support the board rules for licensure. We also want to quickly call out that we are participating in the Path Forward for Teacher Preparation and Licensure in Early Literacy. This is a multi-state community collaborative, and we want to thank Board Member Rankin and Board Member Esser for joining us in that initiative and in the learning. With that, Ms. Bivens and I will turn this back over to you, Madam Chair, for discussion and any questions. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. O'Neill and Ms. Bivens. I think before we ask questions or have comments, I would like to have a motion, please.
I'll make the motion, Madam Chair, if I could.
Thank you.
In my district. I move to approve the reauthorization of the University of Northern Colorado's traditional teacher preparation endorsement programs in elementary education, grades K-6, and early childhood education, ages birth through 8.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, I'll go down the line and give everyone an opportunity to ask questions, etc. Board Member McClellan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing further from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Esser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's maybe a question and a comment. I know Dr. O'Neill and Ms. Bivens and the Department of Higher Ed have had to do yeoman's work because there's a conflict from my former colleagues at higher ed with how they believe reading should be taught, and they believe they are researchers. And then the science of reading is very clear. Many of those professors have never been trained in the science of reading, nor do they believe they need to be. What is there, and I don't know if this is for Dr. O'Neill or for Ms. Bivens or for God above, how do we approach this so it's not so conflictual? Because I know UNC was very angry at the beginning because I was still working. Any thoughts on that?
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Esser, for the question. I think we have lots of thoughts on it, but I am going to turn it over to Mary because Mary has worked intricately with all of these folks and faculty to identify even individualized pathways to help folks get the kind of learning that they need. And so I'm going to turn it over to Mary and let her talk a little bit about what UNC did to get this far with their team.
Thank you so much, Colleen. Thank you, Dr. Esser. I think one of the keys that we saw at UNC in this last year was the commitment by the university leadership. There was some transition in university leadership, and from the president's office, I know board member that some board members had spoke to some of the university leadership at different times, and I think there was a commitment and a shift to helping their faculty with the needed professional development, Dr. Esser, that you described. I also think there was some valuable creation, a literacy committee that really allowed the voices and the expertise of the faculty to be more engaged in the process of revisions this last year than might have happened the first year. And I really want to commend both leadership at UNC as well as those faculty leaders on the literacy committee. I think that collaborative process really is why we saw the outcomes at this last visit. To answer your question directly, I think there's general needs across the state that we'd like to address. And I know that Board Member Rankin and you, Dr. Esser, we're going to be having some of those conversations in our Path Forward work around some of those statewide efforts. But I think at the individual, there is some individual needs at different universities or preparation programs. They're not all in the same place. So I really appreciate the efforts in the last year for UNC specifically.
Well, thank you for answering that question. If there's anything we can do to talk to our colleagues, I think there's Dr. Scheffel. She works in the area. I work in the area. I think we'd both be happy to have conversations and see if we can't make this a little less contentious when it becomes such. So thank you both for all your work. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Scheffel?
Yeah, thank you so much for all the hard work that went into this. And I'd also like to commend my colleagues in leadership and also the faculty at University of Northern Colorado. I have just lots of colleagues up there, and I know how committed they all are to academic excellence. So I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I wonder if, as we think about it, if you can identify the sticking points, because like Member Esser, I like it not to be a contentious situation where it creates a lot of emotion and then we lack some of the focus. And so as I think of the issues that could have surfaced, I don't know if these are some, but if you can isolate them, I mean, is it a respect issue? Is it a research methodology issue? Is it an academic freedom issue? Is it a top-down kind of bureaucratized approach that people disagree with? Is it, or are there process issues? So as you think about, moving forward, working with universities, trying to create partnerships with them, some of those issues might be ones to focus on directly to kind of head off some of the acrimony and angst that can occur after the fact. And so I don't know if you want to comment on some of that, but I do appreciate the work of the universities, and just because they do curriculum work all the time and they're always benchmarking against research. So we don't want to come off as the research, I don't know, czars coming in and showing them the research. They look at research all the time. So, I mean, I appreciate the changes. We've known that higher ed needs to really focus in this area with early reading. It's essential. It's a wonderful leverage point. We all support it. And the universities, I think, on the whole do too. But as far as some of these issues, are there some that we could address that would, you know, create a smoother sailing after the fact?
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Scheffel. I think I'll give a really short answer, and then tomorrow we're actually going to talk about some of these things and some of our learnings in a much deeper way. So I'll be brief here, and then we'll dive in a little more tomorrow. I think the core thing that we have found right now is that everyone absolutely understands the research, I think, and research on all sides, and are trying to apply it all uniformly. And that has not worked. That's not working. So they're trying to take everything and say you need to learn everything. And what we've talked about recently is how we really need to look at scientifically based reading research strategies as the foundation, right? You cannot build a strong house if you don't have a solid foundation. And instead of just applying all of our research-driven strategies into how to teach children how to read, using the foundation of scientifically based reading in our house and making sure that is a deep and that is a strong foundation, then we can talk about what other interventions look like as we look at our house and how we build them. So what we've been trying to do is really reframe that. That's a learning that Mary found a couple of years ago, actually, with folks. Everybody's saying, but we're doing it, but we're doing it. And the answer is yes, they're doing everything. And so then many of our ed prep students are literally walking out of the classroom into, out of the institutions and into the classroom, confused as to what to try first with students and where the foundation is. So they kind of keep throwing strategies at kids when we know for a fact that there is one primary strategy that the Colorado legislature, the Colorado Board of Education, the Colorado Commission of Higher Education supports, and really getting fine-tuning that strategy and making it really clear, and then building our walls. Then let's build our walls around other interventions. And so that's probably our primary focus point at this point, is to really help people understand how to be deep, clear, and build that foundational structure.
So in a way, it's an issue of valence, priorities, centrality of this issue of literacy. And so sending that message that if we don't do this well, what else can we do well, right? And I think universities, because they're addressing so many standards and so many priorities, when they put up a curriculum matrix and look at all the things they have to address, sometimes it is hard to create the urgency around, let's do a few things really well, and we know other things are also important. So I appreciate sending that message, and I know the universities have stepped up to address it. So thank you for the presentation.
You bet.
Thank you. Board Member Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Ms. Bivens. You mentioned UNC has grown huge amounts since they came before us, and we told them they had to grow huge amounts. But are they far enough along? I mean, sometimes they'll look, wow, this is a real turnaround. But how far along are they? How far along should they be going to really get our reauthorization?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Board Member Rankin. Yes, I would say that the state review team felt very comfortable with the progress that has been made in the last year, specifically because we're already seeing the outcomes in the candidates. So it's not just the course revisions that were clearly defined and understanding the sequence and the spiraling of curriculum and the focus that was just part of the last conversation. But we're seeing when we talk to current candidates, very different than when we talked to candidates 2 years ago. They have a singular focus, and they have a sense of urgency around the need for scientifically based reading instruction when they walk into classrooms as teachers, to the point where they're talking about their current field experiences and what they're the conversations they're having with current teachers and when they're coming in with information around scientifically based reading instruction. And that's what we want from our universities, right? We always want them presenting the best, greatest instruction so that our new teachers are bringing that into our classrooms. So with that outcome in place, Board Member Rankin, we feel very confident. But we will continue working with UNC. They have invited us to continue to work with them, and they will be coming up for full reauthorization in just a matter of years, because the 5-year mark for reauthorization, that you can't come more than 5 years, will be from the original site visit schedule, not from today.
Yeah. That was going to be my next question. So I really do appreciate that. And then once they come again, all these others will be included. So they'll always be on the same 5-year. Okay. So I have another question. I like the fact that you're going to continue to monitor. I hope you get an opportunity to monitor them in person rather than virtually, because I think that's really, really important for reauthorization. I also wonder, did you by any chance ask the candidates, especially the ones that are doing student teaching? Well, in the old days we call it student teaching. I don't know what they call it now. But if a teacher is in the classroom and the classroom is in a public school that is using the wrong curriculum, how does that UNC teacher prep student react to that, and what do they do? Or did you talk to them about that?
Yes.
Go ahead, Bivens.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, we absolutely talked to them and actually university leadership about how they're supporting their candidates in those situations. So we do have the ability to, for the universities looking at their placements, for the matching their, not just their student teachers, but all of their placements with districts that are using aligned curriculum. Candidates were able to talk to it about it very well, and they knew where on the website was the approved curriculum, and so they were just far more informed and of their own understanding. So yes, we were very happy with what we're hearing, and we'll continue to support UNC and all our prep programs during this time for that specific issue.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your work, Ms. Bivens. And I have to say, when I talk to you, every time I talk to you, I feel you can sell ice to an Eskimo. You are so persuasive, and that's what we need for those higher ed departments. Thank you very much for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Skarzica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The other board members asked enough questions. I got great information, so I'm good. Thank you.
Sure. And Board Member Durham.
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So I appreciated the conversation about the struggle. I don't remember who among us asked that question. It seems to be in the limited PD that I got many years ago from NASB, the way that the scientific method of teaching reading came about was basically began with brain research and knowing and studying through brain research what works, what doesn't work, really deep research on learning, deep research on how, for example, balanced literature teaching can be confusing to kids as opposed to a strong, and I don't know if there's a really helpful description that we can provide those folks who just want to believe, right? Because some of the research that we've seen really counteracts what teachers have been doing for many years. I mean, they get that they're not teaching all kids how to read, but they don't get the fact that they could be going further with their kids. So I'm kind of wondering what we have to provide for the teaching group and for the higher ed group that clarifies what is it that we're doing? Because this same issue comes about when we talk about what is the impact of assessments, how do we ensure deeper learning, etc. Dr. O'Neill, do you have any comments? Am I totally off base?
No, thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Schroeder. I would say, there's a couple of things embedded in there. One, almost all learning comes from great brain research, right? Like when we talk about good instructional design and instruction, it comes from brain research about how we learn and how we process and how we internalize and what short-term memory does and what long-term memory does and how those influences make that happen. And so you're correct in many, many ways. Good reading research came from brain research. I always like to call it systematic and explicit reading instruction, and that helps me kind of say that it's pretty clear. There's a process, there's a way to do this. But I think one of the things that we're really doing to try to help with all of our educator preparation programs, so remembering that we have institutes of higher education where we have faculty members who are researchers themselves, and on the other side we also have our alternative educator preparation programs, and those members are our teachers in our classrooms today. And so we're trying to blend and braid this research and the supports and the tools that we have for everyone in that cycle. So as we speak, our team in Educator Talent is working with the P3 office and our learning teams to really talk about how can we utilize some of the professional development that we have already created through the Reading First. Wow, there's a throwback for you. Dr. Scheffel, there's a total throwback. Yeah, right there. So I will try that one more again. The Read Act, instead of Reading First, the Read Act, knowing really what's in there, and understanding that that's critical mass information that's been prepared for people who have already completed teacher preparation programs and are working in a classroom. And so we're working with that, and then we're going to modify that just a little bit and create another statewide opportunity for all faculty members to come together to learn more about scientifically based reading research and what that truly means and how it is actually rocket science and how our brains work. So from a support perspective from the Colorado Department of Education, that's what we're working on building. Mary and her team have been side by side with folks for the last several years, but now we want to kind of ramp that up a notch. And really engage in more professional development and training that we can invite people to. They're never going to be required, but invite individuals in so that they can have a much better perspective. And we're all speaking the same language. I think sometimes that's been hard too, is that we're not always speaking the same language when we talk about it. And so that's our next really big lift as we think about how to help folks across the state with all educator preparation programs going forward when we talk about scientifically based reading.
I think we have to acknowledge that there are still things to learn about teaching and that there is a science of teaching. And I don't know that that was what we always believed. It was an art, but it wasn't really a science. And now we're much more acknowledging that it's also a science as well as an art. And it may require a teacher to make modifications. And I think that's my impression is that is very hard for people. And there is a level of resistance that surprises me. Yeah. I don't know how we go there. I have one more question, Dr. O'Neill, and that is, the candidates, when they graduate, they take an assessment, which we've approved, which does help determine whether the candidates understand the science of teaching reading. Do we monitor how well students do on that assessment by their school?
So
their higher program, that's what I'm trying to say.
So thank you for that. This is a moderately moderately difficult question to answer, and we will dive into it more tomorrow, and I think we'll be able to give a much clearer answer and help better understand. Right now, early childhood, special education, and elementary take basically an elementary battery of tests: social studies, math, reading, science. That testing group we can absolutely look at individually, but what we know from past experience is that the literacy piece of that is not diving deep enough into teaching reading science. And so we're going to talk about that tomorrow and talk about some opportunities, possibly if the board is interested in better aligning those things to have really clear understanding of what our licensure candidates know and can do when they, when they get a license through a content assessment that actually digs more deeply into the science of teaching reading and the strategies. So we'll engage in that conversation a little bit tomorrow.
And I think we've all read that for tomorrow, so
Okay.
I know of which you speak, and I'm looking forward to it. But in that situation, do we have the legal capacity to actually tie scores back to the prep programs?
Yes, and we do that through the Ed Prep reporting now.
Okay,
So
great.
we can do that somewhat through the Ed Prep reporting now for any required content assessment.
We're just not testing in a way that helps us determine that. I think I get it.
I think it might not be as deep as we want it yet. So we'll talk about that and see what the board's instruction is to us tomorrow, because I think that's the critical conversation.
Okay, great. Any other questions or comments, colleagues?
Madam Chair.
Yeah, go ahead. Board Member Rankin.
And that's the most difficult thing that teachers have to learn, is how each one of those threads works together. From what I just heard you say today, maybe you can touch on it tomorrow, maybe you've thought about it. Why don't we have that same idea of a reading rope at the next level up, so that when universities come and before us, what are we looking for? What are those strands? And what are those strands of the successful programs that we can and they can learn from? Because it's science, but what you're doing is science at a higher level, basically, scope and sequence, I guess. But thinking along the lines of the reading rope in the classroom and what it looks like at CDE when you're going to the universities, I think would really help with clarity. That's just my input on that. Thank you for the report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Marambo, would you please call the roll? We have a motion on the floor to approve the request made by Board Member Scheffel and seconded by I don't know who anymore.
Board Member Esser.
Board Member Esser, thank you. Would you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Scheffel.
Yes.
Board Member Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member Escarziga.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you. So we are a little bit ahead of schedule. Our next item on our agenda is lunch and executive session. We'd like to suggest turning that around and having executive session now and then having a rather pleasant long lunch for a change. Any objection, colleagues? Okay, Ms. Marambo, would you call us please into exec session?
Sure. An executive session has been noticed for today's state board meeting in conformance with 246402-3A2 CRS to confer with an attorney about legal issues raised by a data sharing agreement with the Office of the State Auditor. The board is also going to confer with an attorney regarding matters required to be kept confidential by federal law or rules or state statutes pursuant to 246402-3A3 CRS, including any disciplinary, educator disciplinary matters on the agenda today.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to go in exec session?
So moved.
Thank you. Anybody opposed? All right, we are going to go in exec session. We would like to encourage the members of the public to have a nice long lunch. We will be back at 1:40 today. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right, Corey, if you could turn off the live stream and let me know to go live. Madam Chair, is now 1:44 on May 12, 2021. The board has concluded its executive session and we're back on the regular board record.
Thank you. Before we go to an information item that's on our agenda, I'd like to bring back item 4.06. Board Member Esser, if you would be good enough to make a motion.
Sure, thank you. I move to approve and direct department staff and the State Attorney General's office to prepare the documents necessary to request a formal hearing for the revocation of credential holder's professional teacher license.
That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Maramba, would you please call the vote?
Board Member Durham.
No.
Board Member Garza.
No.
Member Esser.
No.
Board Member McClellan.
No.
Board Member Rankin.
No.
Board Member Shuffle.
No.
Board Member Schroeder.
No.
That motion fails 0-7.
Thank you. Let's now move on to have a presentation on personally identifiable information, PII research request regarding a full-day preschool pilot outcome study. Commissioner.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We haven't brought a research study to you for a while, but as you recall, and because we have 2 new board members with us, we do have a process when we are requested certain research that uses personally identifiable information. We have a process that we go through internally at the department, and then we have 2 liaisons to the state board who review that. And then it is determined whether it comes to the full board. And so this is the matter that's in front of you today. This matter has been determined by your board liaisons to bring this to the full state board for discussion. And so I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Bohannon and Ms. Wright to give us an overview, and they will introduce the researcher. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Anthos, Madam Chair, and members of the board. Happy sunny day, finally. And as Commissioner Anthos said, it's been a while since we've come to you with a research request. So hopefully this one will be of interest to you. As Commissioner Anthos just said, just want to give you a couple of reminders. My particular data privacy team acts as a facilitator of this process. We're definitely not the experts in the research itself. And specifically, Dr. Catherine Wright is with us today. She works on my team. She's our data request coordinator, and she takes each PII request through a very arduous process before it ever comes before you. And so we'll kind of walk through that for you just in case you've forgotten it over the years. And then for details of the research itself, we have the researcher, Dr. Allison Atterbury of CU Boulder. She's here with us as well. So she will get the majority of the time today to explain her research request and how she's doing it and what she needs. So as far as the agenda slide, I just want to give you like a very high overview of what this is about. I'll walk you through the process we follow, and I'll speak briefly to the benefits of CDE, to CDE, and then I'll turn it over to Dr. Atterbury to talk through the specifics. And as always, ask questions as you have them along the way. We're happy to answer. So there are a few things that are a little different about this one, and that's why I want to do just this high-level overview. The project started about 5 years ago. When Westminster Public Schools wanted to evaluate outcomes of students who participated in half-day versus the outcomes of students participating in full-day preschool. I guess you could, Angela, you don't have to worry about the slides if you don't want to, if that's problematic. But basically, Westminster Public Schools started this. They recruited certain students that were willing to participate in this and sort of compare how it went, if they went to full day versus half day preschool. And Dr. Atterbury was actually asked to come in and do this research for them. And she's been working on it ever since. And specifically, she's looking at the effects of full day preschool versus half day on academic outcomes, student behavioral outcomes, and on identifications for special needs services. And this information is all in the board memo, so this is probably all familiar to you. And it is an IRB approved study, and it began with approximately 800 students at Westminster. And I'll leave the details of the rest of the study to Dr. Atterbury, but I wanted to mention that unlike most of our research requests involving PII, there was parental consent obtained for a portion of the study. Usually when we bring something to you, we don't have any parental consent. We just make sure it complies with FERPA. And if it does, then you guys decide if it's worth the, if the value is worth the risk. In this case, parents did consent to their kids participating at Westminster for preschool through 3rd grade. What was not known at the time was that nearly half of those kids would move on to other districts. So that meant WPS would not have the data to provide to the research study. And for that particular set of data, Dr. Atterbury is coming to us since the students are at different districts now. So we're the best place to give her the data she needs. And since we're looking at that particular group, about 400 kids, we have the data, it's available, and the parents consented to them participating in the study through 3rd grade, but they didn't specifically consent to CDE providing the data. So that's kind of the distinction that we've got, sort of wanted to keep that in the back of your mind, but also keep in mind that it is FERPA compliant. And it's just a little different from other research requests that we've brought to you in the past. So going back to the presentation on slide 3, just to walk through the process itself. When we get a request for PII, my team, specifically Dr. Wright, spends a lot of time working with the researcher to determine if, are we really the right ones to give them the data? Should they be going to the districts? Those kinds of questions. We also try our best to work out a way to provide what they need without giving them personally identifiable information. A lot of times we can aggregate things or somehow combine it so that it's not necessary to give them PII. Once we get to the point where we do believe that they need PII and there's no other way to do it, then it will kind of kick off our process. And so the next step really is to bring in other people at CDE to take a look at that research request and make sure that it's a benefit to CDE and to Colorado students, what might be the risks of sharing the PII. And then we bring in our AG rep to make sure that she feels okay about the legality and she takes a look at how it fits within FERPA. There's a summary research approval panel document in your board docs that you can take a look at if you want to see kind of the outcome of that meeting. But basically, we bring in experts in the field, and it's so from our perspective, we're facilitating the process. So we bring in the program, the knowledgeable people on the various data categories, and they weigh in on whether it's a worthwhile cause. We also will take it to the commissioner at that time, just to make sure she knows what's going on, to see if it's important to her as well. And if it does pass, then we go to the next step, and that would be the next slide. And we bring it to the subcommittee of the state board, which Commissioner Anthus just mentioned. And this year, board members Rankin and Escarcega have that lucky job. We give them a preview of the research, and they can give us their advice and opinions on it. And if they do approve it, then the next step is to prepare it to bring to all of you. In this case, it was a little different because they both board members and you guys, both board members, Rankin and Escarcega, feel free to jump in if you want to. You were concerned about the lack of the parental consent that we had for clear up to K6. And I just want to note that at the time we took the request to you guys, the researcher was asking for data up through K6, not just K3. Because of your feedback, she has reduced that request to just K3 instead, and so it stops basically at K3. So I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that, and also both board members suggested we bring this request to the full board to get your take on it as well. So just wanted you to know that we didn't just ignore them and decide to bring it anyway. So yeah, so that's an important step in this process, because what we want to get sort of a preview of what the board might feel, and get any advice on what we need to do to change it to bring it forward. And then the next step after that, if it passes, is we get the formal commissioner approval, and then we spend the time working it up, getting the documents ready, providing any additional information that has been suggested that you might want, and bring it to you. And that's actually what we're doing today. So it's informational today. We're bringing it, we like to bring it to you. And according to your rules, you have some time to think about it then, and we don't ask you to vote on it until the next meeting, unless for some reason you want to. So for that reason, today's session is just informational. And if you're interested in pursuing it, then we'll bring it back in June for the board, or for the vote. And then the next steps are all about building the right agreements, making sure we have the data sharing agreements in place, making sure all parties understand how to transmit, protect, store, and destroy the data during and after the research project. And once the research is completed, the results are made available to CDE and others, and data is destroyed per the agreement. And the next slide is really just a confirmation of what I've already said, that it is FERPA compliant. It fits within the audit or evaluation of a federal or state supported education program exception within FERPA. And then lastly, the slide 8 touches briefly on the value CDE of this research. We all know that there's significant interest in early childhood education now. I mean, you guys have already talked about it at this meeting today. But having evidence-based results on the potential impact of the length of the preschool day on the outcomes, both short and long term, can really benefit not only CDE, but all of Colorado and school districts. So that I'm not going to go any further in that because I'm not the expert there, so we'll let Dr. Atterbury do that. But I just wanted to let you know that we have looked at that value proposition. And as far as fitting into CDE's key initiatives, it actually could fit into several of them, but the All Means All initiative really could benefit greatly, since previous research has shown disproportionate impacts of preschool day lengths on historically marginalized populations. So that's kind of where the focus is. So we're getting dangerously close to territory that I shouldn't be talking about. I want to introduce Dr. Allison Atterbury. And she has her own presentation to give to you. And again, if you have questions, feel free to jump in with them. Otherwise, Dr. Atterbury, over to you.
Thank you so much. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Let me now share my screen. Let's see here. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Wonderful. I have, let me see if I can see you as well. Okay, perfect. I can see it all. And so I just wanted to begin by saying thank you so much for your time, Chairwoman Schroeder, Vice Chairman Durham, and to all the members of the State Board of Education. I am really honored to be here today to speak with you about a research evaluation project that is truly near and dear to my heart, but more importantly, I think of great relevance to Colorado school districts, children, and their families. And I'm excited to talk to you about it today. And please, if you have questions, feel free to interrupt me at any point. I'd like to start with a high-level overview. So this evaluation project began in Westminster Public Schools, WPS, and I'm excited to share with you that it's a first-of-its-kind evaluation on this topic because it uses what's called the gold standard method for nailing down whether specific district choices can cause changes in outcomes later in time. And that's a randomized control trial, an RCT. And I'll speak more about that later on when I introduce the research questions. But in particular, the goal of this evaluation is to quantify the causal effect of half-day preschool, which is what Westminster Public Schools had previously been able to offer to families, versus full-day preschool, which WPS piloted in 7 to 9 classrooms starting in 2016. The evaluation is ongoing, so we're still working alongside WPS to understand if some of the initial short-term positive impacts that we found actually persist as children move through elementary grades, and to see whether they stick around or if they tend to fade away. Obviously, we don't want to invest in significant funding and policy that seems to work at first, but those benefits don't last. This evaluation has a broad range of stakeholders for the initial phases of the work, and so I think these folks agree that we have much knowledge to gain from this important work. And so those stakeholders include WPS's own initial investment to get the study off the ground, as well as some national nonprofit research foundations that I've listed here. And to date, we have raised $928,000 to continue the early phases of this evaluation. I also briefly wanted to let you know that, as Marcia Bohannon has already said, we do have a memorandum of understanding and a data protection agreement already in place with WPS to work with their data. But I'm here today, of course, to discuss a request to CDE for outcome data for a subset of the students in the WPS study who have left the district since the study began. And I do, of course, want to briefly reaffirm that the study has IRB approval for data usage both from WPS and, should we be granted it, from CDE as well. And Ms. Bohannon also has already mentioned the issue of parental consent, so I won't say too much more about that. But I think when it comes, I want to acknowledge what she said, which is that the FERPA exemption we qualify for does mean that CDE is not legally required to obtain parental consent to provide this PII data. But I think when it comes to the deeper question of whether CDE should provide this data, it's helpful context to know that we did, in our consent process, let families know that we want to know how these children would be doing in the future, and that we planned to follow students as they moved into the K-12 public school system. So that's kind of where we are at this point. And let's see, is there anything else I want to say at this point? No, I'll move on. So I won't read this slide to you. It's an outline for my presentation, just because I want you to have a sense of what I'll be covering and in what order, so you can follow along. And you can see the words in blue here correspond to words at the bottom of the arrows, so you know where I'm at in the presentation. I just like to do my best to make sure that this is an organized and a valuable use of your time today. So without further ado, I'll say a little bit more. I think it's important context to state at the outset that research consistently tells us that investments in early childhood education, ECE, is one of the most powerful points in the educational pipeline for intervening in children's lives. And that makes sense, right? Because ECE lays the foundation for how children enter K-12 public education. Moreover, research tells us that these ECE investments can have positive impacts, not just in the short term, but actually there are studies that show that it has effects that can be detected over the life course into age 40 and beyond. And I will just share with you that I find myself focusing on the ECE space because evidence also suggests that it's a particularly powerful tool for addressing achievement gaps. Okay, so this is an incredibly fruitful area for, I think, investment and research. But I also want to say there are some open questions in this arena that are very relevant to this study. So researchers have found that not all ECE, early childhood education investments, invariably lead to gains for students. And on top of that, some of those investments and interventions that we use in ECE, they actually show initial benefits, but then they find that they fade away during elementary school years. And so that's led to a recent consensus report that documents the most pressing questions in ECE policy research. And in particular, it's to find those specific features of ECE interventions that can consistently deliver those positive impacts, both in the short term, but also, and this is super important for why I'm here today, for the lasting benefits that don't fade away in the medium term. Just pause for a moment to see if there are any questions about that. I've been teaching all of my classes on Zoom, so I'm using my pedagogy hat here.
Colleagues, you'll have to speak up because I can't see any hands. Any questions so far?
I just have one. This is Joyce. So please tell me if I'm way off base on this, but some of the things that you're talking about fade away, but then they'll come back at age 40?
So there are a variety of different early childhood education investments and projects and programs. And so they're separate programs there are some, particularly Abecedarian and things like that, Perry Preschool, those have shown long and lasting effects. But there are other more recent ones that just haven't shown those effects. Their effects have faded out. Shall I keep going?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So this study addresses some of these open questions by examining both the short and the medium-term impacts of a key malleable feature, one of those features that they're looking for, and that's the length of the preschool day. Okay. Very briefly, I just want to take a moment to share a little bit about the motivation and orientation for the current evaluation. And first, we take very seriously the importance of considering both the benefits, but also the costs. And I should just say up front, my PhD is in the economics of education from Stanford, so this matters to me a lot. And I know that cost benefit may sound a little bit cut and dry, but it is, of course, the reality that Colorado districts face difficult decisions about how to allocate their limited public funding. And yes, I think full day preschool programming is a very promising selection for schools, but I think the question is slightly more nuanced, right? It's also because it's also expensive. And so the question I think all Colorado districts need evidence on is, does this cause students to have better outcomes? But also, is this the right way to spend the district's limited funding? So I know that cost benefits can sound a little bit dispassionate, but I actually also think of this as a social justice issue, because it's possible that we could make this choice to fund full day preschool, but that in fact there would have been a better way to use those tax dollars to the benefit of children. I think the other thing I want to briefly mention here is that this evaluation is genuinely addressing a Colorado-based request. WPS did reach out to me, not the other way around. And I also think that there's some evidence that this evaluation matters broadly to Colorado stakeholders. That is something that they're aware of, and they're looking forward to getting the answer to what we learn. And that's evidenced by a couple of the articles in Chalkbeat that I've referenced here. And I've also just put them in the chat as well if you'd like those links. I'm happy to share those as well, any way that is useful. Okay, so this leads me to be able to formally state the 3 research questions. What is the causal effect of full day versus half day preschool on students' academic, behavioral, and special needs designations and services? So just to clarify, we have this outcome data for the study students who have remained in Westminster. But this PII data request is about tracking those same outcomes that we have the data coverage for study students who move to other Colorado districts. And I do just want to briefly mention that the special needs designation outcome is particularly important for 2 reasons. One is that we actually think that there's a chance that full day preschool could genuinely help students get ahead of and maybe entirely avoid a need for special education designation services. And I think, as I'm sure you all know, this is also important because special education services are one of the most costly expenditures for districts. So reducing the need for them could be highly beneficial for districts when they face funding constraints and thinking about costs and benefits. Okay, I would now briefly like to tell you a little bit more about what makes this study a first of its kind unique opportunity, and that's its ability to answer causal questions. And it is that word causal that is so unique here, because it allows us to disentangle correlation from causation. And I just want to say again, no study has ever done that before for this question. So if you'll permit me, I'd like to say just a few words about why that randomized control trial, that RCT, is considered the gold standard and what that has to do specifically with the PII data request for today. Of course, if I say anything that is confusing, I apologize and I welcome your questions. So in short, this is how the randomization works. Westminster Public Schools knew that initially it would only have the funding to pilot, to try out 7 to 9 full-day classrooms. They offered half-day classrooms before that, but they also rightly anticipated that there would be more WPS families interested in a spot in full day than they could initially accommodate. So in those circumstances, when you have more demand than you can meet, a truly, truly fair way to decide which families received a spot in full day or were offered the business as usual half day, WPS asked us to implement a randomization process, a flip of a coin, to allocate those limited full day spots. And so this is not only a transparent and fair way to make these decisions, but it also has an important implication for the study, which is that it means that there can't be anything systematically different between those who end up in half day and those who end up in full day. So RCTs like this are incredibly rare. And while WPS had the incredible foresight to do this, not many places do. But without that lottery, I think families would self-sort into full and half day classrooms in systematic ways that we don't fully understand or are able to capture in the data. And those unobservable differences, that's the problem. They could potentially confound or confuse any comparisons we tried to make between full and half day preschool attendees if we didn't have the lottery, the randomization. So that's where we are today. Here we find ourselves in a Colorado district that has already implemented 3 years of that gold standard evaluation process for a policy decision that districts throughout Colorado, I think, could benefit from knowing the answer to. And so that brings us to today, because something somewhat unexpected has occurred for us. And that's why we're asking for CDE support in maintaining the integrity of this gold standard randomization. And that is that there has been unexpectedly high mobility out of WPS, which has threatened to undermine this important study and all those gold standard advantages I just told you about. But I think with CDE's help with this PI data request, and in a moment I'll allude to a strategy that I've suggested for minimizing that first I, the identifiable, I think this gold standard evaluation can continue to be a groundbreaking study and also position Colorado as a real leader in the early childhood education space. So I'll pause again, see if there are any questions at this point.
So I have a question, Dr. Atterbury, and that is, there seem to be no controls for the quality of the program. Have you considered that?
Yes, I appreciate that question. I would be happy to speak more about this, but as part of the study, we actually go into the classrooms and have trained observers use a nationally recognized protocol to evaluate the quality of student-teacher interactions and write down exactly how time is being used differently in full versus half-day pre-K. So our hope is that if we find these effects, we'll know why, and we'll be able to speak to the quality control as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, colleagues? I see a hand from Carla, I think.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Atterbury, you say you have a way to determine the efficacy of the teaching in preschool, I'm guessing. But if the kids have moved, they've moved somewhere in between kindergarten or preschool itself to third grade, wouldn't there be some discrepancy depending on where they went, or do you have the same protocol in place for those classrooms?
Thank you for that question. All of the students in our study attended WPS for the full preschool year. And then you're right, they might have gone on to other places. But if preschool is working, the full day preschool is working the way that we hope, those benefits should last regardless of where they go to school. And in fact, that gold standard randomization process allows us to be sure that their subsequent experiences don't imbalance that randomization in a way that undermines the study. So again, that gold standard process protects against the kinds of concerns you might otherwise be worried about that you are so rightly raising here. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, yes and no. So even if the students went on and let's say they went to one of the best schools that we have in Colorado, K3, which I'm not naming names, wouldn't that also add to how well that particular child or those children do?
Thank you. That is true. It would. However, because children who are both randomly flip of a coin assigned to go to full day versus half day are equally likely to go to the best school or the worst school. It's as good as random. It does not introduce bias into our estimated causal effects. And so your thinking is exactly right. And it's the thing to worry about if you don't have the randomization. And that's why we're so lucky in this case that Westminster had the foresight to do this.
It is very unusual. Thank you, Dr. Atterbury.
Thank you.
And I see a question without any identification. So there's someone out there in our universe with a question. Would he or she please speak up?
That would be I, Lisa Skarsiga. Thank you.
Well, you were just number 13. So sorry.
Okay, there you go. Well, there you go, my lucky number. I think, thank you for the opportunity to ask this question. I could wait to the end, but I think this is where, in my rambling brain of research, I kind of go along those same lines. If the, the fate effect kind of research showing that there's been this question, is it that the effects just fade, or were students put back into programs in which the expectations lower over time and everybody comes out at third grade around the same level, right? There's these questions about why the effects fade. I'm trying to figure out how you can control for that external, these variables when they move out of district, right? And all of those pieces together. Let's say there's no difference. Let's say the effects coming out show no difference between half day and full day. How do you know it was the program, and how do you know it wasn't just that they were put back into schools in which the expectations lower over time, right? That's kind of the theory. And then third grade, they all at third grade.
Thank you for the question. That again, the randomization is the essential piece that saves us here. So I think the idea is that first, if full day pre-K has its effect, it should sort of transcend whatever programming comes next. It should last. You should be able to find it in third grade. And if it's not, regardless of where you went to school, that's a problem. And we would want to know that from a policy perspective. Oh, this might not be the right way to do this. But then the randomization comes in because, as you mentioned, this idea of the kind of program that they might end up in after pre-K, there's no systematic pattern there between the two groups that we're comparing, because the only thing that differs between them in their experience on average, and that's the trick for the statistics part of this, is the flip of the coin that put them in half versus full day. They're not more likely. One group is not more likely to go to the best school or to a difficult or low expectation program afterwards. It evens out if, and this is the central limit theorem, if there's a sufficient sample size.
Yep, and you did your initial analysis that shows there's not a significant difference on a bunch of factors between these two groups. Yep, okay.
Yes, exactly.
Yep, all right. Thank you.
Professor Atterbury, I think you can go on. I don't see any more hands flying up.
Thank you. So I'd like to get really concrete with you about exactly for whom, what time frame, and what we are requesting, and a little bit about our process. So we are requesting this data from CDE for about 400 students from the study who were enrolled in this RCT study, okay, and have only those who have since moved out of the district. The total study enrollment was about 800 students, and for statistical power reasons that just got brought up, we did this for 3 cohorts to make sure we would have a sufficient sample size to conduct this study and be sure that this randomization would work as desired, which it did. And you can see that timeline here. And so you can see that the time frame requested depends on which cohort. But if we're looking for K3 outcomes, that goes through 2021 for the first cohort, 21-22 for the second, and 22-23 for the third cohort here as well. And in terms of what we are requesting, we are looking for the following variables: the individual level variables for academic outcomes, one of the 3, that includes CMAS and/or COALT scores in math and ELA. And there's some details about exactly which score types, and also English language learner status, as well as special needs status, 504 status, and special education status variables. And in terms of behavioral outcomes, we are requesting attendance data as well. And again, these are variables that we have for the Westminster study children and are requesting for those who are moving to other Colorado districts. Of course, one of the main things that we need to speak about today, one of the most important questions, is whether we truly need individual level and identifiable data. So I will just say again, as I won't say too much since Marcia Bohannon covered this so well, PII is necessary in this case to answer the research questions, and that comes down to the fact that there is a need for the one-to-one link between the K3 data, the specific children's outcomes, and the pre-K data. So which students exactly were in full day versus half day preschool, and also to connect their individual outcomes to some baseline variables that may also impact those K3 outcomes. So that's the reason that we need the individual level data. Aggregate data won't allow us to make that connection of individual children's preschool experiences, primarily half versus full, to their specific outcome. I will also just briefly say right now, I have proposed a process for the data sharing to CDE that is designed to further minimize the risk of the identifiability, because I know that's something that Colorado takes very seriously and it's something that I respect, and wanted to do everything I could. And I'm happy to get more specific about that process if people are interested. But I will just say briefly on the next slide a little bit more about what that means the data would look like. So kind of in sum of the things that we have done for PII protection, we have an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding with WPS and IRB approval already in place that include the protections that I have listed here at the top, and we are absolutely prepared to meet the CDE data sharing agreement as well. That process I alluded to minimize the I, the first I in PII, means that the data set that would be provided to us by CDE would be individual level, as I mentioned, but it wouldn't have direct identifiers. So that means certainly no names, no CDE state IDs, no birth dates, not even which school they attend, no race, ethnicity, or other demographics. So I really want you to get a sense that we've kind of stripped away anything that we think we possibly can from this request. Of course, we would never have a need or want to or ever would report individual level data. We do have to conduct the analysis at the one-to-one individual level data to connect treatment condition to outcomes, but the data will never be reported. Only aggregated results would ever be shared. And finally, I will just mention to you briefly that I do have a demonstrated record of working with PII data. If you were to look at my resume, you would see that I've worked with New York City PII data, New York State, Richmond, Prince William, Denver Public Schools, and of course Westminster as well. So that's it. That's all I have for my initial presentation. I am very happy to answer any and all questions you might have for me.
Thank you so very much for the report. Ms. Bohannon, did you have any further comments?
No, I think we're good for now. I think we've pretty much covered it all.
Great, thank you.
Interested in any questions? Thank you.
So let me go down the list. Board Member Rankin, do you have further questions or comments?
I will wait till we get, unless this is the time that Dr. Skarska and I are supposed to report, I will wait till the questions come in.
I would say this would be the time. Unless you want to wait, I would think you might want to lay the groundwork.
Okay, that's not a problem. Dr. Skarska, would you like to go ahead first?
Sure. So I think when we first went through this, we pretty much understood things. We had a couple of concerns. One was the idea of the information being asked for was not just K3. The initial ask was for K6. And we kind of felt that, these parents had given consent for their current district to hand over data for 3 years, but they hadn't consented to the additional 3 years. And that meant something to us. So that was kind of a question piece. So now they've decided they won't ask for that. They're only going to ask K3. So that kind of solves that. I think the other questions we had were around how they're going to match up. I still actually have a question about that. If you have no student identifiers, no birth dates, no nothing, are you handing to CDE a data file and they're matching it up? Is that okay? So I get that. And then I think the oddity here still kept going back to the fact that there was parental consent given, but it wasn't given if I moved or for this later information. And that's where we kind of got hooked up. My thoughts right at the moment, I don't know if you want me to go into that, but I do think there was a flaw when you first asked for consent, honestly, because I was the Chief Accountability Research Officer for Aurora Public Schools for a decade. And I can tell you about our turnover data, right? And our typical year-to-year I muted myself by accident.
Good work.
And I know. And 50% attrition rate by third grade, certainly I would see at K5 all the time. That is not uncommon. So I really wished that what you could have done in the very initial stages when you'd ask for consent is said, by the way, we would like it, from this district, but if you move, would you have a problem with us getting it from your new district or whatever that would be? And that would have taken care of all of that. But that's all, hindsight's 2020. So that's just what it is. As of now, given the adjustment in the request, I don't have concerns. I would be okay with this. And I think this was a question of if this doesn't really set precedent, and maybe this is a Julie Tolson, question. We have the ability to decide request upon request whether to do this. And this seems like a fairly sound research design, right? And it is I've been studying I've been collecting information about preschool research since about, 1980, the high scope, Perry project, whatever. I'm very interested in what this would show, and to be able to say in our state, it's really good data. So that's why I would support the request, given the adjustments that you made. So I don't know. Member Rankin, did I miss anything else?
No, I don't think so, but I'd like to reiterate that when we had our meeting, we understood it to be K6. Now it has gone back to K3. I have one question for Dr. Atterbury. There were 800 students to begin with, correct? And now it's 400 because 400 have gone elsewhere, correct?
Yes, some of that is a projection into the future because the children haven't reached third grade quite yet, but that is our anticipation.
Yeah, the 50%, And with COVID and everything, a lot of things are disrupted. And I don't know how that would affect what you're doing. And I must admit, I do not understand anything about what you're doing. I do not understand 40 years old and how we can match all this up to preschool, but that's not what I'm supposed to be looking at now. It's just the PII. And again, I want to go back to then, now that it's K3 and half the kids, because we have to find the other half, I still would like to have parental permission on this, because I firmly believe, I'm not sure in the beginning if parents even considered that they would be moving their students. Why are they moving their students? What is it that possessed them to move their students that might reflect on that research, which again, I don't understand, but I would still recommend, and Dr. Skarska, we might differ on this one. I would recommend the parents again give permission for no other reason, but remember this, and now we're going here, but we still need this. I think you'll get it, but I don't like anything like this without parents understanding or knowing what's going on in the school, in the classroom with their students. So that's where I am. And I don't think it would disrupt anything, but I think it's transparent to work with the parents.
Board Member Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doctor, let me ask the question. Do I understand the only thing you're trying to ascertain through this study is, and by eliminating as many other variables as possible, is whether or not the full day preschool produces a better academic outcome at third grade than half day? Is that the one question you're trying to resolve or trying to answer?
I would say that it is academic, behavioral, and special needs outcomes, and whether that is a cost-benefit effective choice for school districts, yes.
How are you measuring behavioral?
The behavioral outcome in this case is attendance.
So, okay, and then special needs as to whether or not then they're classified as requiring what, a personalized education plan, or?
That's right.
Education plan, I'm sorry.
Yes, that's so a special education designation and their 504 status.
So you're going to have then, do you have, so we don't test, do we test in third grade? We do, right? Third?
Yes.
So essentially you have CMAS results for the academic portion.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And all right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Esser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Atterbury, I know I may disagree with my colleagues, but all 800 parents, or 799, I believe you said, signed a consent for grades preschool through 6th grade?
Let me clarify. We have in the parental consent, it stated K through 3. What we have through 6th grade is IRB approval from the university. Okay,
that helps.
Thank you.
No, and I really appreciate my colleagues, Dr. Escarza and Board Member Rankin, weighing in on this. So no further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Schaffel.
Yes, thank you. Can you talk about the expense of this project? Because it sounds like it's nearing $1 million, and who's paying for that, and why is it so expensive?
Thank you very much for that question. It is true that this high quality style of research is expensive. That is not a taxpayer cost. Because I believe so strongly in the importance of this research, I have personally committed to writing grant proposals to external research funders to obtain the funding to continue this project. So the funders are the Smith Richardson Foundation and the Laura and John Arnold Foundation.
Okay. And do you have some sense that they want to fund this, or?
They have funded it, yes.
They've already funded it, okay. All right, I guess I'm thinking, it seems like somewhat of a simple design in the sense that you're asked, the variable that can change is just whether it's full day or half day. You're looking at behavioral outcomes, you're defining that as attendance. The parents have opted in, and you're looking at whether or not you can attribute achievement to this time differential. And it just strikes me that you have to be collecting a lot more data than this to justify the cost, I would think. Because really obtaining this data isn't really that difficult, even if you do it for just 3 years. So I guess what I'm concerned about is, will you really be able to say that there's nothing else that accounts for the relationship that you think you'll find, or you're wondering if you'll find? And, you know, looking at the groups, their balance on other important factors at baseline is important. I mean, I guess I'm concerned that there'll be a lot of overreach in your conclusions, because I feels like your conclusion could be have a lot of implications, and yet I don't know that you can really make that conclusion just based on randomization. I mean, I understand the impact of randomization. You're distributing error over a lot of subjects, but you still have a lot of issues to look at on the front end with the groups and the individuals themselves. So I guess my issue is you're wanting to be able, if it turns out this way, to make a very expansive claim, which is more time matters, and it matters for a long time. It doesn't wash out. But I don't know that your design, unless I need to look in more detail at the methodology, really will allow you to say that with confidence, even though you're randomizing. Because, you know, randomization alone, even though it's thought to be a good methodological approach, it doesn't really, I'm not sure you'll be able to make these expansive claims based on the methodology, at least as I understand it. So can you speak to that?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. So there are a couple of things that I think I should expand on a little bit. First, we have already conducted the analysis of the data in the pre-K year. Those years have already completed. That doesn't have to do with following them from K to 3. And we have already established that on about 20 different factors, there is truly no statistically significant differences at baseline. So we already know that the randomization has ensured this equal balance between treatment and control. So that is not a guess at this point. That is something that, if we're able to keep the randomization intact over time, will allow us to make these causal claims. The second thing that you alluded to was absolutely correct. We are absolutely collecting additional deep data into what is going on in the preschool year. And that includes individual level, this has already occurred and is fully funded by somebody else, individual external assessment of their baseline state, what is going on in each individual classroom, how time is being used, the quality of interactions between teachers and students, and that has been where the heavy lifting for this research project has been. So we really feel quite confident that a combination of that randomization, that randomized control trial, along with the depth of the data that we have collected about exactly what happened throughout the year, will allow us to make these really important claims. And I agree with you 100%. I think there are huge implications for this research. And that's why we have committed to making sure that we do this using these gold standard approaches.
And so when parents, and so may I do a follow-up question, Madam Chair?
Please.
And so when parents opted in, they have already opted in. Do they know what they were opting in for? I mean, they know that you were going into the classrooms and doing some kind of detailed analysis, maybe discourse analysis of the conversations between the students, each other, and the teachers. I mean, how deep did the permission go as far as the data you're collecting? Because it sounds like you're, I mean, you've kind of sketched it out on a superficial level, but really behind it, as you just said, is a pretty heavy lift of you're really looking at minutes of instructional time and exactly how they're being spent. do parents that opt in and are willing to share PII data know all this? I mean, they know what you're looking at?
Yes, and that's a great point. So when we go through the consent process with parents, we talk to them about the fact that we will be working individually with their children to administer these assessments, that we would be providing them with surveys to ask them about what was going on with their children and their perspectives on full versus half-day pre-K and what it has allowed them as a family to be able to do. That we will be in classrooms looking at the teacher-parent interaction. So they are fully consenting and aware of a very much more in-depth experience than just the part that we've been talking about today, which is the secondary data.
And so why do you need CDE to provide PII data if these parents know all this and can provide it to you themselves?
What the parents cannot provide us with are the CMAS scores, attendance records, and special education records that are collected at the district or state level.
Why couldn't they provide that? I mean, parents know how their kids do on CMAS. They get a report on that. They know if their kids are on a 504 plan, and they know they can self-report on how often they show up at school.
So in general, when it comes to doing secondary data analysis like this, we need to work with an administrative data set that has the true and proven records. There is a very clear evidence in the research that it is difficult for families to historically look back and say, oh, my child got a 397 on their math score 4 years ago or 3 years ago or whatever it is. And so and exactly how many days, for example, they went to school, and to make sure that when we get that data from families, that they were to provide it, the administrators, the district and CDE, collect that data in a very systematic and comparable way. And that's what I think we would lack.
So the parents opted into the things that you're doing, and they are fully aware of all that. They haven't opted into CDE sharing PII with your research team.
So that is correct. They have opted in for the exact same kind of data, PII data from Westminster. So they are certainly aware that we are requesting and working with that data.
All right, thank you.
Board Member McClellan?
Nothing further from me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So colleagues, we will vote. Oh, Board Member Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one more question. Do I have a correct understanding that most of the research on this particular topic, or perhaps even going back further to the research done on the Head Start program, that, as I recall, showed no difference in outcomes between kids who'd been in Head Start and kids who had no preschool at all? Most of the research indicate that these programs don't have a lasting effect up to this point.
I would say that that's not quite right. I would say that in general, early childhood education has been an incredibly potential promising intervention, but there is a wide variety of the kinds of interventions. And so, yes, there have been some, like the ones that you alluded to, that have not shown large effects, but there have also been ones that have shown some of the biggest effects that we've seen in education research writ large. And so I think that's where it really comes down to we need to know what exactly about ECE interventions, what choices can districts make about how they should structure those that systematically lead to lasting benefits.
But we're only testing one of those, right? That's
this
time.
Particular one is full versus half day, yes.
I'm on task. So as I understand it, I think the practical matter is the parents did in fact consent to the provision of this data. The fact that CDE is collecting it, or the fact it's being collected by a different district and reported to CDE, I think doesn't abrogate the parents' original consent. So I think I reached the conclusion they've consented through K through 3. It's just the delivery mechanism that's different. In terms of the value of the study, it may be helpful to be able to see if this time on task makes a difference. Because it could have some impact on the funding, I think the next raining of, the next flood of money that's going to come down, whether it ought to be spent on providing full day preschool or whether it ought to be spent on something else could be helpful. So I will say, and I think the one advantage of this that I'm happier to see is that it's not asking for 100,000 records so you can sort through and see which ones didn't. It's at least targeted in terms of the number of people who did opt in, and so I think that makes it a much safer than harvesting lots of records and sorting through it for specific data points. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions? So colleagues, we will vote on this next month unless you feel that you want to vote on it today. If you have any further questions, please reach out to Ms. Bohannon and we'll follow up. And thank you, Dr. Atterbury, and thank you all.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time so much.
Thank you. Whose bling keeps blinging? Is that controllable? No? Okay. We now have a presentation on accountability clock pause implications for schools with directed action. Commissioner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Hannaford and Ms. Jekyll to give us an overview. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Rhonda Hannaford and I'm the Associate Commissioner of School Quality and Support. And I'm joined today by Lindsay Jekyll, Executive Director of School and District Transformation, and Lisa Medler, the Executive Director of Accountability and Continuous Improvement. And we're here today to provide you with an update on the effects of the accountability clock pause on districts and schools on the clock, including information about the proposed request to reconsider process. I'm going to jump to the second slide. There we go. So now that we know we are heading into a second year accountability clock pause, we wanted to give the board an update on the impacts of that clock pause. And so today we will provide the board with an overview of the effect of the accountability clock pause on schools and districts on the clock, especially for schools and districts with state board directed action. We will discuss options for moving forward with accountability clock processes during the pause. And we will close out our presentation with information about the proposed request to reconsider process. All right, so going to slide 3. So as you recall, CDE has been working with districts and schools throughout the accountability clock pause. We have drafted a proposed process that attempts to balance high expectations and high support, that provides districts with clarity and transparency, and enables flexibility in response to the pandemic. So as we walk through the proposed process, we seek the board's input on a few questions. So the first is, how does the proposed process align to the board's expectations? Second, what might be needed about the process to further align to the board's expectations? And third, what would best support the board in its monitoring and decision-making role? District schools and CDE have faced unique situations throughout this pandemic, and our goal is to keep the bar high while also providing support and flexibility to meet district needs. So moving on to slide 4. This slide represents the districts and schools on Performance Watch in 2020. The pie charts show the breakdown of districts and school ratings, and then the table below shows the number of schools on the clock. The first line is the number of schools on the clock, and then we've broken it down to show you the year that districts and schools are on the clock, and then the number that are on watch or the number with a state board order. So the last line you'll notice is circled in red, And this shows the number of schools and districts with a state board order. Lindsay is going to first lead this part of the presentation, and then later we're going to transition to Lisa, who will focus on the request to reconsider process that is available to all the schools on the clock. Okay, and so with that framing in mind, I'll turn it over to Lindsay to talk through a proposed process for supporting the districts and schools with directed action.
Thanks, Rhonda. Madam Chair and members of the board, thanks for having us this afternoon. So as you recall and have seen over the past few years, schools and districts with directed action are on various tracks. So this color-coded chart shows you which schools are on which track. So the schools in the green column came for a hearing before they reached the end of the clock. So they came for an early action hearing. The schools in the yellow column came before the board for sort of a traditional year 5 hearing in 2019. And the schools and districts in orange have been before the board more than once for a rehearing. And finally, the districts and schools in the blue column are on watch, meaning they've improved to improvement, but have been unable to exit performance watch during this accountability clock pause. So as you know, the state board has discretion on whether schools return in 1 year or 2 after their hearing, but the law does require that schools come every 2 years. So this table shows when each of the schools and districts with directed action would have returned for a rehearing if they'd had a priority improvement or turnaround rating. So that red box, the dotted red box in the middle, highlights the schools that are going to be most impacted by the second year accountability pause, which include North Middle School and Gateway High School in Aurora, Manual High School in DPS, and Bill Metz Elementary in Monte Vista, and Pueblo Central High School. Aguilar and Minnequa were both of those on-watch schools that are also impacted and are sort of being held in their second year of a pause. So, of course, the effect of a second year accountability pause is that the schools or districts would have seen at least some of these schools for a rehearing if their framework were priority improvement or turnaround in 2020 or 2021. And like I mentioned, there's a school in one district that would have ended or exit their orders if one of those frameworks had been improvement or higher. And so as such, they're kind of frozen in place. So in response to this situation, CDE is recommending that the board engage with these schools and districts during the 21-22 school year, because many of these schools have had to adjust their plans or adapt in response to COVID, and we believe it's important that the board hear from these districts and schools. So, and with an accountability pause year already under our belt, we have a better sense of what the next year might look like, and we want to keep the focus on that intensive school improvement and maintain support and accountability. As schools have adapted to the ever-changing needs during COVID, and as they encounter some new needs, and we know new needs will have emerged, some schools and districts may have changes to their plans that are significant enough to warrant board approval of those changes. And we believe that we need some clear processes and protocols to support the districts, to support CDE, and to support the board in adjusting as necessary. And so with the absence of school and district performance frameworks, districts and schools and the state board have some information to support the board in its monitoring and decision-making role. So this includes the use of state level data with all of the caveats, our local assessment data, state review panel reports, CDE's progress monitoring visits, public comment, and public presentations from districts and schools. So the process we're proposing for the state board to engage with districts and schools over the next year uses some combination of this information to support the board in understanding our schools' progress and what their needs might be.
Can I ask you, please?
Yes.
Jekyll, and that is, once schools come under any of our orders, we also provide support. We provide grants for this, that, and the other.
Correct.
Have those been continuing?
Yes. we've been treating the pause years as they're still eligible. We're still doing site visits and they're still participating in supports that we've made available to them.
And they're still requesting them as well and using them.
Yep, correct.
Thank you. Yeah. I needed to understand that. Thanks so much.
Yes, and we want to continue the support. I think what we're really trying to frame here is, especially for that group of schools that came for their year 5 hearing in 2019, you would have seen them if they had still been priority improvement or turnaround. And so what's the right balance of still making sure they're in front of the board with absence of that clarity of the framework, but we're approaching it as they'll continue their supports, make the changes they need to, but keep the board informed. So this is what that slide process walks through. Is over the next couple of weeks, CDE will finish up our end of year progress monitoring visits to each of these schools. And through this process, we'll wrap up what happened this year and engage with them to understand their current needs and how their plans might be changing for the coming year. If the magnitude of some of those changes may necessitate a change to a school or district's order, in the spirit of Risley, what we saw with Risley, we're proposing a process that sort of builds on what we saw with Risley last year. So in the event that an order change is required, we'd assign the state review panel. The district would develop a proposal and present that to the board, and the board would vote on that proposal. And if an order change is not required, we are proposing the state review panel still be assigned at some point next year, and that the schools give an optional information presentation to the board. And so the next 2 slides is going to walk into a little more detail on each of those potential routes. So this table shows the characteristics of a school or district that does not require an order change. So as I mentioned, Manual, Bill Metz, and Pueblo Central would have been before the board before a rehearing if their framework had been priority improvement or turnaround in 2021. So as such, we feel it's important that the board still hear an update and receive some deeper information about those. So for this group, we are recommending the state review panel be assigned to assess progress, and that the district and the school present a voluntary state of the schools presentation to the state board at some point during the 2021-2022 school year. The support for the school, including CDE progress monitoring visits, would continue. And so for the other group, if through sort of end of the year progress monitoring, we find there's a school that might require an order change, we recommend a process that's modeled after the experience we had with Risley, where the state review panel would be assigned to conduct a review to assess progress and their proposed change. Districts could then develop a proposal and a presentation to the board and request modification to their order at a state board meeting. The board would then approve or deny those proposed changes. And in that scenario, we would also continue the grant support and CDE progress monitoring. So for each of these routes, we really want the board's feedback on whether this strikes the balance between a support and accountability, and whether this process for order changes provides the board with enough information to make a decision about a district's proposed changes. And there are resource implications to this process, namely the state review panel. So we want to be sure this is setting us up as well as possible with the information that the board needs to make a decision. So what does this look like, especially for my linear thinkers? This is what this would look like over the course of the next year. So over the next couple of weeks, we'll be conducting our end of year progress monitoring visits. And from that, the board will still receive a full progress monitoring presentation in the early fall. But we propose that early in the fall, as early as possible, the board see any district that has a potential order change. And then beginning in the late fall, winter of 2022, we'd assign the state review panel to those schools or districts who don't have an order change and do those informal state of the schools presentations into the spring of next year. So, and before we close, I want to just acknowledge that this has been challenging for our schools and our districts who've sort of caught up in this pause year. And we've just observed so much hard work and dedication. And in particular, I wanted to acknowledge Minnequan Aguilar. They just had a state review panel visit as a part of progress monitoring, and we don't have their draft reports yet, but will soon. But initial findings showed these schools, in partnership with their districts and their management organizations, had really strong plans in place, continued to implement them despite the turbulence of this year. And we know it's been really hard for them to be held on watch. And we're grateful to their perseverance and just work with us over the past year. And so we've appreciated the flexibility that every school directed action has shown, and we hope that having a proposed process like this provides some clarity and transparency for the coming school year of how we're going to support them and document and share their progress over the course of the year. So the next section of our presentation is going to zoom out to all the schools on the clock. So before we do, we want to just stop here to see if there's any questions about the proposed processes for the schools that have directed action and whether it strikes a good balance between support and accountability. And will this give the board enough information about these schools and districts?
Right. Thank you very much. And let me go down the line, please. Board Member Esser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The one question I had is will interim assessment data be available to board members when we're looking at schools on the clock?
Madam Chair, interim local assessment data is a part of the progress monitoring work that we do with any of the schools and districts that have directed action. This year, we learned a lot about local assessment data. So when a district or school is providing an update on their progress, that would be a part of their presentation.
Okay, and that would be given to us as well.
Yes,
okay,
correct.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Board Member Durham.
No questions, thank you.
Board Member McClellan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't know if this is going to be enough information, but I think you're doing the best that can be done under the circumstances. As one of those board members who likes to go right for the data and then read the rest of the report with that information in mind, is there anything that you'll be doing in particular that's uniform in terms of identifying what the local assessment is, so that years from now, if someone goes back and looks at the reports, they won't mistake it for our usual state standardized test data? In other words, when you show us a chart that might look a little or a lot like the data we're used to getting from our normal standardized tests, will there be anything at the top of that chart or table to tell us this is not the normal state standardized test, this is a local test, and in particular, it is blah, blah, blah?
Madam Chair, that is a great clarification for when, especially when we're documenting in progress monitoring reports and for districts, to make sure they're clearly articulating and labeling what assessment it is and that it is not our state summative assessment. So we will do what we can to make sure that that's differentiated so that we know that it's a different measure of student performance over the course of this pause period. But to answer your question, the assessments across schools are not uniform. We do see that a lot of our districts and schools use different assessments, so we try to work with them to articulate their progress in the best way they can for the assessment that they use locally, so that you're getting information that's digestible based on their local assessment.
Okay, my hope is, and I appreciate that, and that's what I understood as well. But in addition to where I expect to see it in the text, the identification of exactly what test we're looking for, as well as perhaps a reminder that this is not the normal state assessment. When we're looking at the charts that have maybe, say, red, yellow, green, or some shading of the benchmark levels, it would help me, and I can't speak for my board colleagues, but my hope would be that that clarification would be repeated there as well, and not just stated as test results or achievement or growth, but rather local test data or words to that effect, and maybe even the name of the test protocol that was utilized by that local district. I just think in the absence of uniform statewide protocols for the moment, it would be really helpful to have that the name of the test reiterated, not just in the text of the report, but also next to any charts or tables that could look in any way similar to what we're used to seeing when we dive into the report to look at the data. And then that would just be my personal preference. And my board colleagues, I'm sure, will speak for themselves. But with respect to kind of trying to fill in the gaps in this really challenging time, is there anything special or different that our review panelists are doing when they go in to have their site visits or when they're analyzing data? Are they doing, have we given them any kind of extra duties as our eyes and ears when they go to do a site visit?
Madam Chair, that's a great question. They have adapted their protocols in response to what they're able to do, whether or not they're able to be on site. The last progress monitoring state review panel visit we just had happen was in Aguilar, and they were able to do it on site. And so it felt very normal, for lack of a better phrase. But we do support them in there's a slightly different protocol. They're really looking at the implementation of their board order. How well was it implemented? What's the progress they've made since their original directed action? And that's really the focus, is on that progress, the progress made since their original board hearing. But in terms of adapting to COVID, I don't think so. They're really trying to take a snapshot against those statute outlined indicators of how leadership and infrastructure to see sort of where do the schools fall now and how much progress have they made since their first visit.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I also appreciate the extra effort that staff has put forth trying to give us the clearest lens that you can in very much less than ideal conditions. So it's appreciated. Thank you.
Board Member Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the progress monitoring last visit has been in person. Are there also CDE visits for progress monitoring in person?
Madam Chair, yes, we are very grateful for when it is safe and we're able to do so. We've been able to go in person to many of the schools with directed action. So we've been back in person for probably about 2 months, doing some of those visits in person. If the district's protocols allow for visitors, we're following all the district safety protocols. And that has been really great to be able to see what's happening in person.
Thank you. And I would appreciate it in any future reports. If it's in person, you don't have to mention it, but if it's not, if that could be mentioned, just because I think that is really important to get a real look at what's going on. And also, our performance frameworks will not be true for comparison until after we start giving the CMAS tests again. Is that correct?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm going to say perhaps hold that until we talk through the next portion of our presentation, which will explain a little bit more about assessment and what that might and the request to reconsider process, and may contextualize the performance frameworks a little bit more. Because we really wanted to just hone in on this special subgroup of schools with directed action, and Lisa's presentation may provide a little more clarity on just where frameworks are headed over the next minute. So hold that question if you don't mind and come back to it.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Escarzaga.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple questions here. On slide 7, just a curiosity question, under Adams 14, Risley Middle School, Pueblo, everybody else is like return based on order terms, and it says returns based on 1355. What is 1355?
Excellent clarification. So as we mentioned, some orders were written before the update of the accountability law of 163, some after 1355, so that each order is unique in how it is structured and where it calls for a return. So after 1355, it provided some clarity on when a school needs to return before the board based on 2 years of frameworks. Prior to 1355, that return had to be outlined in the order. So so that distinction is just that now the law says that even after directed action, a school or district returns before the board every 2 years if there's priority improvement or turnaround. Prior to that, it did not have that clarity. So we've had to work through each order is very unique in how it is outlined. And Julie T will probably yell at me if I didn't totally explain that correctly, but we had to accommodate that return. 1355 just makes it clear that schools and districts return every 2 years.
Okay. Go with that. All right. I think, going into your questions about process and such, I do have a question. And these, maybe the first question is, who and how do you decide if a school, let's take a school is under an order. I don't know if there's a difference between whether they came early and there was some directed action, or whether they were on the clock 4 or 5 years and it was directed action. Either way, I don't know what the difference is there, but let's say they're under an order to say have a partner. Maybe we'll talk about Pueblo, but if they change or want to change, or let's say they drop their partner, I'm trying to decide under who decides the change to what the school or district is doing is large enough it requires the board to come back and vote on it. What's the process for that?
Madam Chair, great question. Each order is really unique, and that could be initiated from a district saying we are making a change. We know we've got a term is ending on a contract and we need to make a change to our partner, or we are going to go a different direction with our pathway. We are going to, rescind our innovation status. And so we need, each one of those is sort of a unique situation. We would work with a district this spring to see what would happen, or in our end of year progress monitoring, based on their individualized order on whether or not the district we believe that there needs to be a board approval of this change. It's hard to set a blanket decision on this because it can come from a district. It could requesting that change, and each one is so unique. And there are some of these orders that did not foresee an accountability pause for 2 years that are just sort of defaulting to we probably need a change in this situation.
Okay, so I'm still not sure who decides. Is it your department that recommends then that this is a large enough change, it should have a board? Is there's a process you all talk and say, you know what, this looks like we should bring it in front of the board for an order change, or they're all going to come in front of us sooner or later? We decide it? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, I think that it probably depends on the district's context as well, of if they bring it to us, we're going to support it or to help decide. If they say we think we need an order change, and in others we might say, hey, this looks like a big enough change that we want to bring this to the board for board approval, and they can consult with their legal counsel and work through that on whether or not that makes whether or not they think it rises to the level of a board order. I think most of the changes we are going to see this coming year, to give a couple of examples, are things like we're changing our curriculum and our assessment, and things where they may ask us, does this rise to a board order change? I think in most cases, that's not going to be an issue, but in others, I think it would raise the flag of, hey, this is written in your order. We want to inform, the board needs to approve sort of this change to an order. So it's a non-answer of each order is pretty unique. And so what rises to an order change would be a discussion between district and their council and the department weighing in on it to just make sure that they're requesting that order change when necessary.
Okay. So changing a partner, if we ordered a partner for whatever reasons, right? And I know with Risley, they had to come back. change in partner is enough that it's going to require an order change?
Yes. And
Okay.
in most instances, and especially if that partner is named in an order, that is one, but they're not, but to go back to my non-answer, my lawyer, is that not every partner is named in every order. So in
Right.
some situations that would rise to that level of change, but they're very nuanced in each order situation, and some are much older, some are not, but we're trying to set some guardrails of curriculum and assessment changes in most cases are not going to require an order change, but we want the board to be informed about those things. But in other cases, their contract terms are ending. We would have had a framework would have given us some direction on what we're going to do with those schools. But if a partner is named in an order, it requires a change in most instances.
Okay, so let's say a district or a school decides they're going to change a partner at the end of this year, and I'm looking at your timeline, and we've ordered them to have a partner. Are they expected to then come in early fall with a new named partner? Is that the idea? That was really the essence of my question, is the timing of this. They don't have to have it today, but this is when you'd expect by fall they would have another partner named or something like that? Okay.
Correct. And so we are trying to get some of those progress monitoring visits scheduled quickly. Like some are happening at the end of this year, those site review panel visits, so that they have the summer to work on what are our needs and how might our plan need to change, what partnership might need to change heading into next year. And then in many cases, a lot of the pandemic has rocked a lot of things. I think even for partners, the direction of partner organizations is shifting. Like there's just this universe has changed so much. So they would have to go through a process to update their plan, articulate those needs, tell you all what a partial management partner would do and why they were selected. There might be a scenario where they have not yet selected a partner and have shared with you, here are our needs. We're going to go through a process to select a partner. We can inform you once we've selected a partner who does these things. But we wanted to create a process where if a partner in this phase or something happens and they're no longer in the business of turnaround management, what does the district do? So they know what that process looks like if they're leaving. And luckily we got a round of that this year.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. You answered my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Sheffel.
Yeah, am I correct? And would it be an accurate summary to say really this essentially changes the timeline and then makes an accommodation for the nature of the data that we're looking at, given that we don't have state data? Really, those are the two big things that this proposal suggests. Am I right in that? Is there something else?
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes, and I think one of the big proposals is just putting an opportunity where instead of just saying the 2021 framework would have determined whether or not you are in front of the board, we are trying to say we think they should come in and have some additional information for the board over the course of this school year versus just delaying everything, because keeping that information flow active feels like a nice opportunity to keep the board informed on how they're doing, because otherwise it's a long stretch until you may hear from that board again, and it gives them an opportunity to articulate what's been going on, and we'll either do that through a CD presentation or sort of a voluntary, the school or district present to the board on like a state of the schools. So that's the one nuance to that.
All right, great. Thank you so much. It sounds good.
Thank you. Before we go on to the next piece, when we get these reports, I'm not really clear on specifically the information we need, but we do need to have some sort of a sense of the COVID environment that the school has been under. Did they lose 20% of their students completely so that when they do come back, there are some pretty serious interventions needed? I mean, I'm at a loss to say exactly, but I think we need to know what has been the lay of the land for the students and what results they have that they can present to us. How complete is the information that they have? What are their big concerns and their perceived needs, especially if they're going to be recouping a large number of students? And I'm not very clear in my request here, except to have some understanding of what the effect has been, the COVID effect has been on their opportunities to keep teaching. You might want to just think about what things would be critical that they should present to us when they come forward in their reports.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you for that feedback. I think that helps frame some of what we might want to work with the districts and schools on documenting in this end of year progress monitoring visit. So we have that snapshot point in time. Where are they with some of those metrics?
Thank you, because I think they're going to vary. It's likely that they're going to vary very significantly depending on what was the impact of COVID in their community. Board Member Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate your input to that. And what I was wondering, if we go forward from this meeting and think about maybe some other inputs that the individuals on the board would like to see when each one of these come forward, that I think that might be helpful for all of our input. And CDE, when they're looking at it, they can either throw it out or call us up and say, what is it you meant by this? But I'm thinking along those same lines. If half of the students left, let's just be hypothetical about it, and they say that, but these were the students that were the top in our schools, and now they've gone elsewhere. The ramifications of remediation are going to be changed a great deal, and things like that we might have extra concerns over, but they might come to us in the next 3 or 4 days. Just sending them into Angela, maybe to be passed along.
Madam Chair, we would welcome that, and I think you're teeing us up very well for the next section of our presentation about some of the data. So it's like you planted some of these questions about what information we have about districts. But we would welcome that, because we are in the process of capturing what end of year data specifically for these directed action schools we really want and would be most meaningful for the board to get an update on in that full progress monitoring presentation. So we welcome that.
Thank you.
Yes, so we will have the opportunity for more questions at the end if it raises a few things, but we wanted to provide some specifics about this group of schools and then zoom out to other schools and districts on the clock. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lisa Medler to talk through our proposed request to reconsider process for districts and schools.
Thanks.
Ms. Medler.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you, Lizzie. So I'm just going to give you a high-level walkthrough of the proposed process for a request to reconsider during the second year of the accountability pause. Hearing some of the questions being asked, I do want to manage some expectations. I'll be able to speak generally about the structure. I may not always be able to answer in great detail because we're busily trying to answer some of the same questions ourselves. So I did want to say that. So if we can go to the next slide. So to set the stage, to remind you, the COVID-19 policy implications stakeholder group had met over the fall and had provided recommendations on having a second year pause for our accountability system. One thing that they did add in there that is different than this year's pause is to add in the opportunity for schools and districts on the accountability clock to demonstrate progress since they have been frozen in place. So, and really restarting that request to reconsider process for them. So as a result, our legislature, to remind you, also passed House Bill 21-1161 that put that pause into place and enabled the state to open up that request to reconsider process to schools and districts on the accountability clock. That's a little different than in the past, as it's been open to schools and districts, at other rating types as well, but not during the pause time. One other thing to be aware of is that the process enables us to adjust the plan types, but not the years on the clock. So it would still take the typical 2 years at improvement or higher to fully exit Performance Watch. That table at the bottom of the slide lays out an example for you. So in this example, we have a school in 2019 that was Priority Improvement Year 3. And then let's say in 2021-22, they went through the request process that we are creating now, and it was approved. Their plan type would change to Improvement Year 3. So that Year 3 remains constant. When frameworks resume in 2022-23, their label would be Improvement on Watch Year 3, and then it would take until 23-24 to fully exit that Performance Watch. So then they would just be at improvement. Again, this is just a scenario to help it make it a little bit more concrete for you. So one other piece that the legislation enabled was to use an alternative body of evidence for the request process. That's been different than in the past, and I think an acknowledgement of our current conditions. So we've been authorized to include state and local assessments, but also to be able to include some other data sources that are more qualitative in nature, such as the State Review Panel reports. So that is slightly different than our typical process. And then finally, it gives the option of having the state board promulgate rules so that we can design a time frame and the process itself. It looks like there's a hand up. Would it be helpful for me to stop?
Yes. Whose hand's up, please? RM.
It's me, Madam Chair. It's Board Member McClellan. I apologize if this has been asked and answered previously, but I just wanted to clarify. Just because we are agreeing to incorporate these alternative data points, that doesn't mean we are obligated as board members to give those alternative data weights the same weight that we would give the standardized tests that we simply don't have access to during this period of time. Am I correct?
As far as what is in the law, it doesn't specify weighting for any of the data sources. It just enables us to use those different sources. So what I am going to do in the next few slides is at least try and sketch out what the department is proposing as a way through. I'm not going to go into probably as much detail as you want, so we can probably have more discussion at the end. Also know that we'll have a lot more information that we'll be able to provide in the future as we start the rulemaking process.
So if I might, I really appreciate your answer to that. And I promise this will be my last comment before I interrupt this particular part of the discussion. My hope is that we might be able to have a discussion with our attorney in executive session to make sure that we're covering all of the legal ground and all of the legal questions, because we may be seeing data points that are coming from a broad number or a large number of different testing protocols being applied across the state that may or may not be comparable to one another or to the testing protocols that we're used to seeing the results from. So thank you.
Sure. Madam Chair, I'm going to continue. I think I'm going to hit on some of those concerns, I hope. And then, as I said, as we get into more detail in a future presentation, I think we'll definitely address some of those. So I think we can move on to the next slide. I'm just returning here to the slide that Rhonda had spoken to earlier, just to get really clear about the population that we are talking about that's eligible for this process. So to remind you, Lindsay focused on that last row where in her presentation, where it was more focused on schools and districts with a current state board order in place. And this request process is actually open to any school or district on the accountability clock, so priority improvement turnaround. So that's 149 schools and 4 districts currently that would be eligible. So it's a little bit more broad than what we were just talking about. So let's go ahead and yep, thank you. So now I'm transitioning into what the department's actually proposing would be this amended request process. We have, you're getting, this is a real preview. So we've been working really diligently since the law was just passed in March, and we've been sketching a lot of the pieces because there's a lot to do. So you'll see from this timeline, currently we're working on getting a lot of stakeholder feedback. We've been working closely with a lot of different field-facing groups to help in the design of this process. So groups like the TAP, AC, we've got some other meetings scheduled with other groups such as the 60s and the advocacy groups. But mostly I want to call out that we've been working with a group called the Accountability Work Group. And I'm going to get into a little bit more detail about who they are, but they have really rolled up their sleeves to help us design this proposal. So that's kind of where we are currently. Then you'll see moving into June through August is when we would propose engaging in a rule-making process with you. And then assuming that that were to move forward, we would then launch in the request to reconsider process with the field and provide technical assistance along the way. And then trying to stick with our past timelines as much as we can. Again, not even necessarily knowing how many requests we're going to receive. So that's been a little bit of difficulty, but I think we're doing our best on getting estimates. We would still be aiming for December to work with you to vote on the final recommendations once the department has reviewed the request process, and we'd be providing you with the recommendations. So then you'd be voting to finalize plan types for the 2021-22 school year. And then we would round that out with the department updating any of our public reporting. That wouldn't mean that we'd be issuing performance frameworks. That is not happening for anyone this next school year. This would just be updating any reports around what the plan type is available for that particular school or district if one is approved. So moving on, this is just to give you a broad idea of the structure that we'd be proposing for the request process. So you'll see that it's focused on schools and districts that are at priority improvement and turnaround. We're proposing a staged process. We've really been working hard to balance keeping expectations high and consistent with our expectations from 2019 that were established in the performance frameworks. But then also it needs to be balanced with the feasibility under our current conditions and the access that we have to different data sources. We've also had to really take into account local and state resources that are available to do this process. So this staged process, I think, starts to help us mitigate some of those resource challenges. So the idea is that in stage 1, we would start with that quantitative data review at the state and local of state and local data. We would we've been building a whole series of contingencies since we are not completely clear about what will happen with state assessments, especially around participation. And whether we'll be able to run the Colorado growth model. So there's some things, some unknowns that we're heading into. So like I mentioned, we'll be showing you a lot of contingency plans based on some of those question marks. And again, that next month we'll provide a lot more detail on what that could look like. So right now I just want to give you a sense of the overall process. So if the results of that data review, that quantitative data review, looked promising, then a school district could move into stage 2, which is where we would use this adjusted body of evidence, or what we've been referring to as a qualitative review, where we are looking at whether they have a strong unified improvement plan with research-based strategies included. And then we would want to look at their implementation of that plan through a site visit through the state review panel. So we would also be adjusting the state review panel's protocols for this process slightly, but it's a great start, and actually it helps to have some of that work already done in advance for us and have been tried out numerous times in other sites. So with that, let's go ahead and move on to this last slide. And this is where I want to highlight some of the recommendations coming from the accountability work group. So this is a tremendously dedicated group of practitioners in the field. I would say they represent all over the state, different organizations, and they have just really been willing to roll up their sleeves. They've been meeting with us every other week, which is a lot, especially given all the extra work that everyone's got going on. And but they've been very dedicated and have really pushed on the department's thinking. So what I'm sharing with you now are just some draft recommendations from them. They are not done. We are still working with them, and we'll have those recommendations ready to go for the June presentation. But I thought it'd be worth at least sharing that this group already has been landing on some really helpful guidance for us to follow as we've been putting this proposal together. So we have been very careful to check in along the way on whether the effort that would be put into this process is worth it. And thus far, they've taken pause, but they've said yes, it is. To have a way for schools and districts on the clock to be able to show progress is still worth the effort. So we felt like that was important to share with you. They actually were the ones that pushed us on that idea of a staged process, especially when we were talking about resources. Things like having the state review panel visits. We can only do so many visits in a year, so we were really trying to funnel and make sure that there was promise in a proposal before they had a visit. We've talked quite a bit, as you can imagine, around assessment data. And the importance of having good participation that's representative of a school or district, and that the data is a good source to actually draw inferences about their performance. I think that's related to the next bullet, where they've been pretty firm from the beginning that any local assessments should be nationally normed and be valid and reliable. So in other words, we wouldn't be looking at locally developed assessments, and I believe that gets to some of Board Member McClellan's concerns. And then finally, the group has agreed that we need to stay focused on the expectations that were placed out there in the 2019 frameworks. Again, these are approximations, especially when we're talking about local assessments, but they need to be as closely aligned to those 2019 expectations as possible to keep that bar high. And I know that we can, and I think we'll talk about this more at the next meeting, but we are working diligently on how to make those approximations. The group still is working on their recommendations around the qualitative review, around how to examine things like the UIP reviews and how what alterations to make to the state review panel visit protocols. We've been talking about that, but I think I'd rather wait until they actually have finalized those recommendations to share those out. So with that, I will pause. I think I have some links if you want them for some of the groups that I named on that slide, but then otherwise I think I can just stop there and open it up to questions that I will try my best to answer.
Thank you, Ms. Medler. Let me go down the line, please. Board Member Esser. Do you have questions, thoughts?
No, just thank you very much for all the information, for letting us know that you will be using only nationally normed interim assessments for us to look at, which is comforting. It looks like you've gone through an incredible process with an incredible number of members, and I just very appreciative of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Durham?
No questions, thank you.
Board Member McClellan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No additional questions. Thank you.
Board Member Rankin?
I have a question about the accountability working group, the list of members. How was that chosen, or was it volunteer, or how was that selected?
Madam Chair, that's a great question. So this group's been in existence for a while. So we have some returning members that came back. As we were looking to supplement it, we wanted to make sure that we had representation from across the state, that we had districts at the table. In particular, we really recruited for districts that had experience with the accountability clock, and ideally districts that had experience working with you, the state board, as well. We really wanted to get a full range of districts' voices at the table. And then we also made sure to include representatives from charter organizations, charter schools, because we know they have some slightly different things that they're looking at, especially through like the authorization process that we thought we could learn from, as well as other organizations that we knew might have other things to add to the conversation, you know, such as CASE and AC and other groups that we have TAP representatives. So we really tried to have a nice broad swath of people at the table.
So is it one from each group, or would one group, could they have 20 and another group have one? I'm just trying to get a feel.
Yeah. No, we tried to keep it somewhat constrained so that we didn't have too many people on the team, because then otherwise people wouldn't be able to actually participate. So really it was, kind of one representative per organization, and then making sure that we had district representatives from across the state. There's oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So if I go on that website, will it give the names? Okay,
yes.
I should have asked that in the first.
Well, that was going to be my next point.
Okay, thank you very much.
Board Member Escarcega.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So she was, I thought you were going to say this, but excuse me, I served on this committee for many years, both as a district person and then as a case person. It's a very well-rounded, definitely people don't always agree. They work through things every other week. That's brutal, and good for them and good for you. And I'm really looking forward to what you bring to us. So thank you.
Can I just comment? Thank you so much for that acknowledgement. It has been rough, but this team has been amazing. I cannot sing their praises enough. They've been so dedicated. So thank you for saying that.
Thank you. Board Member Scheffel.
No, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We will be looking at this again next month, correct? All right. Anything else, folks? We are at the end of the day, I believe.
Madam Chair.
Board Member Durham.
May I please request to be excused tomorrow morning from about 9 a.m. till 10:15 a.m.
I'll think about it.
Thank you.
I'm kidding. Yes. All right. Have a nice evening, everyone. See you at 9 in the morning. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you.